This episode is a bit different to my usual releases, as it focuses on the story of a character instead of a release. But the story of how Uldren became Crow has played out across so much of Destiny, and has become such a major thread in the Light and Darkness saga that before I go into final shape, I wanted to revisit as much of it as I could. Also, to be honest, this was actually starting to get a bit too big to also fit inside the upcoming Season of the Hunt episode. If you are listening to one of these for the first time, then to set expectations, these episodes are an audio experience of lore readings set to Destiny music. And the visuals you get if you're on YouTube or Spotify, where it is a video podcast, just consist mostly of my commentary for different entries, alongside a related piece of concept art or in-game footage with the occasional cutscene that I give some audio description for. And a big thank you to Ishtar Collective and Destiny Lore Vault for their transcription work. So the visuals are completely optional, and I encourage you to think of this as more as a audiobook that you can play in the background. There are timestamps and a full list of all the entries used in the description below. I hope you enjoy. We will try to leave few stones unturned, so we will start with Uldren's origins before the collapse, and hear how Mara shaped him and the Awoken people when they returned from heaven. We will then follow him through his appearances in Destiny 1, his reaction to the Battle of Saturn, and then all the way through to his Forsaken storyline, before we find out exactly what happens when someone like him is raised by a ghost. The Marasenna. The complete story of how a small group of humans became the Awoken during the collapse belongs to Mara Sov, as told in the lore book Marasenna, and so we will have to save the full tale for another day. That said, Uldren's story does have its origins in this book, so I will give a quick summary. He was once a human called Uldren, aboard a Golden Age colony ship, the Yangli Way, travelling with his twin sister, Mara, and his mother, Osana. At that time, Mara and Uldren were just 19 years old, and she would describe her brother as someone who measures himself by the bravery of his losses, by what he can survive losing. Meanwhile, their mother disapproved of the influence that Mara, even then, had over him, saying that Mara knows her brother will follow anywhere his sister leads, even when that leads him into self-destruction. The captain of the colony ship remarks to their mother that Uldren is in medical more often than any of the other underground fighters, to which his mother simply replies that her son is determined to be his own worst enemy. There is another line from Mara that sticks with me from this time. "Brother," she thinks, "you'll lose yourself trying to follow me." The colony ship Yangli Way would find itself at the center of a clash between light and dark during the Golden Age's collapse, and in the paracausal chaos created by, I guess, a pyramid ship's attack and the Traveler's defense against it. During this moment, Mara finds herself in a unique position to save the colony ship. Using the light's ability to shape reality and the darkness's ability to impose conscious desire on that reality, she creates a pocket universe, the Distributory, where she reshapes her people into the immortal Awoken. Uldren would awaken as one of these people and take the name Uldren. The Distributory was by Mara's own secret design, not perfect, but it is not a far cry from paradise, particularly compared to where they came from, and her people could, in theory, live there forever in peace, so long as they stayed inside. We are going to pick things up from when Mara, Uldren, and her followers returned to the parent universe. A controversial decision to leave their heaven and offer aid to the survivors of the collapse and face humanity's enemies. Revanche 1. Uldren returned to the Reef during the long, unquiet night, when the Awoken people, huddled in their beds and hammocks, gathered in ice caves and half-lit habitat cylinders, haunted by visions and portents. Faces appeared to them in the sublimating swirl of cometary ice. Images and portraits became impossible to distinguish from their real counterparts. All statues were shrouded, lest they appear to passerbys as corpses. Something had changed in them after their return to the outer cosmos. A live wire hum passed through the tendons in their hands. Their jaws popped when they swallowed, and flashes of light, like the impact of cosmic rays, obscured their vision. It felt to Mara as if they had lowered their feet into an ocean of charge and raised their hands to some invisible cable overhead. As if they were now again in contact with immense and opposing forces that had left an ancient mark. It feels like I've got scurvy, Sir Ido snarled, having never had scurvy in her life. As if all these old wounds in my soul are opening up again. People keep sending me notes, Mara said. Her sensorium had died in the transit, so the notes came to her through whispers and scraps of precious paper. They say, I saw your face in my dream. I saw your eyes. I heard your voice. So it's not just me. Uldren was the second person to bring her revelations on that day. First was Cayde, the All-Teacher, one of Mara's most joyful recruits to the expedition. She was a master of pedagogy, able to mold any mind into a shape ready to learn, able to melt any fact into a fluid that could be poured. I'm in from the Gensim labs, she said, and they've learned something wonderful. We're all a bit magic now. Tell me more. Mara poured her a snifter of icy cometary water. What does magic mean? Some sort of weak acausality. Cayde lowered her flowerable build into a hammock of tangled plastic. They've been firing encoded neutrino beams through volunteers, and it looks as if the resulting patterns of scatter depend on the cognitive and emotional state of the target. It's a very reliable detection, at least 4 sigma, but the effect size is terribly small. Mara digested this with a shot of ancient ice, slushy against her tongue. Acausality. You mean that whatever's happening, whatever influence we have on, say, neutrino beams, it's not accounted for by physics? Not by any physics we know. At face, it seems to violate some conservation laws, which would make Eminotha's head spin. Cayde remembers the name of her ancient physicist heroes, even when she cannot tell which way is sunward. Secret physics. Mara thought of the Traveller and its works. We've all felt it, haven't we? We know we're, how to say, trapped in the clinch between light and dark, she wondered. Without quite so much portent. We're in contact with certain numinous elements. Cayde held out her cup for more water. The question is, Your Majesty, don't call me that. We're operating on a direct democracy here. Cayde rolled her eyes. The question is, do we continue to think of this as science? Do we teach it as physics? Causal closure says that everything that happens in a material system has a material cause. However, if symbolic structures in the mind are triggering material effect, should we call that what it is? Death had no dominion, Mara whispered. Pardon? We're in Death's dominion now. were all dying again. We were immortal in the distributary, weren't we? Some part of us was attuned to the universe. And now that we're no longer receiving the distributary signal, we're attuned to something new. That was when the hatch slammed open and Uldren stumbled in, grinning ferociously, clutching a scummy fistful of cytogel to a slash across his neck. Aliens, he rasped. I found aliens, and one of them cut my throat. Revanche 2. Mara calls a caucus of elected representatives in the Sacred Fire, one of the largest hulks in the Reef of derelicts. The fire was built to support habitat construction on 4 Vesta, where Mara hopes to one day anchor the entire flotilla and set down roots. But the hopeful, fearful faces before her make Mara afraid that it'll never happen. What if everyone runs off at the first hint of home? Having come so far, across worlds and eons, to see Earth again, how can she ask them to hold back now? We've found humanity, she tells them. We've found our ancestors. The cheer of triumph and wonder thrills her to her marrow. Most of these Awoken are distributary born, raised on myths of humanity and the Traveller. She has just opened the pages of their storybooks and conjured them to life. What remains of the human species lives in a single settlement. She nods to Uldren, who snaps his fingers for footage. His ship's holographic perspective plunges through fluffy strata of clouds and mist, out into clear air. A lucid vista, a perfect instant. The white mountains, the city, and the enormous shattered sphere that hangs above it. Freeze, Uldren commands. That is the Traveller. As the crowd murmurs and thrills, Mara feels herself bridle. She doesn't like that thread of reverence. She doesn't like the Traveller looming there, almost, but not quite, completely dormant. Like a dying heart ripped from its body and thrown into warm water, it ebbs and flutters if you look at it with the right senses. If the Traveller had the power to protect anyone, wouldn't it protect more than one huddled settlement? Esila, daughter of Sela, leaps up from the crowd, too small to make it on her own, but buoyed by the enthusiastic neighbours. What are we waiting for? She calls. That's everything we came to find. They need us, and that's where we belong. Uldren and Mara trade glances. Uldren snaps his fingers, and the recording resumes. Something moves in the treetops. The canopy roils and parts. A red-brown aircraft shaped like a fat, wingless, furiously angry dragonfly bursts from cover and climbs to intercept. Uldren's head-cued camera tracks the target, and Mara imagines his narrow grin as he waits for the other guy to make a move. The dragonfly ship drops a brace of little needles, and they erupt into dirty orange flame and come arrowing after Uldren. Everyone in the caucus gets an earful of his grunts as he whips through a high G turn and climbs away. Those are fallen, Uldren says. They're a species of interstellar scavengers and subsistence pirates. They've been here for a long time, and they've sacked most of the large settlements that survived the original fall of humanity. There may be more fallen than there are humans left on Earth. He lifts his chin to bear the pale scar across his throat. I landed and went looking for prisoners. I was ready when he pulled 2 knives on me, but it turned out he had an extra set of arms. Nervous laughter. Worse, Mara adds, beckoning for panes of deep space passive sensor data. They're all over the solar system. We've detected flotillas of their interstellar ships around Jupiter and Venus. They don't go near Mars, but only because it's under occupation by another alien species. Mercury is, well, you can see for yourself. Gasps of horror at the clockwork cinder, all that remains of the legendary garden world. We believe this may be the work of the Vex, a machine species listed in the Ship Spire's threat index. Esila, famed historian, puts voice to the plea in the crowd. So they need our help, don't they? We have to go to them. Our ships, our technology, we could make all the difference. No. Mara collapses the projected images between her hands. She stayed up late wrestling with this dilemma, which kept her from wrestling with Sir. It was a choice she had to make alone. We can't reveal our existence lest the Fallen track us down. We need more information. Our focus must remain on securing this derelict reef, bootstrapping industry and a population, and scouting out the solar system. Mara, with all my respect, all my genuine gratitude for bringing us here, Isila sighs, who died and made you queen? Mara says nothing, but she thinks, everyone, Isila. All of us died and made me queen. Revanche 3. It's bad, Sir Ido says, confirming what Mara already knows, but nonetheless performing the valuable service of mopping away all the blood and tears and allowing Mara to glimpse the actual shape of the wound that divides her people. Not a literal wound, though she is, right now, tending to Uldren's scar, tweezing tiny fragments of fallen metal out for analysis. But the rift in her reef, the schism, now re-schismatic, as if the quake that split the distributary Awoken from Mara's people is now firing off aftershocks. She should have known this would happen. She shouldn't have told them so much about Earth. How bad? Sir pokes Uldren in the hard gut, where a passing line of molten metal left a red burn. He's under anesthesia, but he snarls at her anyway. As of the last caucus, I'd say 30% of the expedition wants to head for Earth. If you ask the 891, though there aren't 891 of them anymore, it's more like 80%. Mara swears and pulls a bloody line of solidified slag from her brother. Unacceptable. We can't lose their skills. Or their genes. The Awoken have yet to adapt to the attrition of this harsh, spaceborne world, and tentative mothers are still in the very early stages of designing their babies. It's vital to maintain a diverse gene pool. And the Fallen will vector them back to us. I know, Sir says heavily. That's when I'm going to die. The most horrible thing about the words is that they slap down on Mara's consciousness like face-up cards. Like truth revealed. Unacceptable, she barks, and then both she and Sir begin laughing. And then, at last, Mara shakes her head and growls, "You can't know that, Sir. No one can know that." I do. I don't know how, but I do. I know it's going to be something I choose to do, and it's going to be incontrovertibly heroic, which is enough for me. But if that's true, Mara proposes, flinching away from the personal conversation they really ought to have and all its attendant rawness. If you die when Fallen attack us, it means I won't stop these people from fleeing to Earth, and the Fallen are going to find us. And we're doomed. She is already building intricate models of how the universe might accommodate fate or doom, and how she might go about destroying those things. Could be, I suppose. Sir pulls out a parchment-thin rag of dead flesh off Uldren's wound. Look, I'm the Queen's bodyguard. I always expected I'd die violently. I'm not the Queen. Maybe that's your problem. She flicks Uldren in the chest, leaving a purple bruise, fading. What is it with you two, anyway? You never talk about him. You never seem to think about him at all. But he's dashing himself to pieces for you. How do you live as his favourite and only sister for so many centuries and hardly even smile at him? Secrets, Mara thinks. You've got to have secrets from each other, so there's room for him to fill in the gaps with his own happy illusions. Two ships joined together rigidly will tear each other apart if they try to move. But a loose tether leaves room to maneuver, and can be more quickly disengaged if necessary. That makes her think of Sir's prophecy again. She sets the shrapnel down in the dissection dish, very gently. You won't die. I won't allow it. Revanche 4. Of all the disasters that might happen in space, riot is the worst. Breaches can be contained. Fires can be starved. Plague can be quarantined, radiation shielded, heat vented. But a riot has a will of its own. A chaotic ingenuity that corrodes any countermeasure. Mara crawls through compartments choked with vaporized coolant. She keeps low and clutches the breather to her face. All she can think of is Kelderwaj's last message and the data attached. Mara, the paracausal effects are strongest around you. Whatever's happened to us, you are the locus. I cannot overstate how subtle and how important this discovery might be. Mara, when we use radioactive decay as a trigger for simulated bombs that could harm Awoken, the trigger atoms are 1,000-fold less likely to decay near you. People are literally safer when you are around. She has to get into the riot. She has to protect her people. A horrible groan vibrates through the habitat structure, and then, with an apocalyptic shudder, something tears off the reef. A ship. A ship is leaving. Mara has failed. Mara drops onto her belly and pants into the mask. Then, cringing in anticipation of migraine, she activates the augment, the jury-rigged machine her UTEX produced for exactly this purpose, by extracting Mara's ruined distributary implants and reworking them. She's going to fire a command override to shut down that ship's systems, but then she realizes it's a salvaged human vessel, deaf to her commands. She gasps in frustration, sucking down cold, bottled air. "Sir." "I'm here," her radio whispers. "Pinned down in the dockmaster's office. I shot a few in the shoulders, and they seem to have gotten the idea." Let them go. If one ship's away, there's no sense holding back the rest. Our position is compromised. Understood. Broadcast to everyone. I'm going to allow anyone who wants to leave the reef to go. This is their one and only chance. She rolls onto her back and stares up into the swirling vortices of coolant, seeing faces, futures, the lives she has just lost. The lives she might yet lose. She brought her people here to die in the sense that she brought them into mortality. But she never wanted it to happen quickly. They know, Your Majesty, Sur says. They already know. What? You told us. We heard your voice. Or, like gratitude in Sir Ido's voice. Mara, I heard you. You spoke to me. Revanche 5. Thus, the Riven Awoken were riven again, into Reefborn and Earthborn. Those who left went to scour the ruins for lost history, and give some succor to their human cousins who still clung to a hostile world. The Awoken came unto these humans like Nephilim, armed with lost weapons, forgotten industry, and medicine. They were like omens of hope, for they were often taken to be starborn colonists returned to the hearth, which was not, after all, so far from the truth. All who looked on them saw that the night sky contained more than lurking doom. They bred true with each other, and sometimes hybridized with humans, and in the course of centuries, many forgot the distributary, and even the reef. However, there was always in their souls an itch, a vector pointing to a distant place in the asteroid belt, where their queen still dwelt. They've made a difference already, Sir told Mara not long after the first Awoken made planetfall on Earth. They'll save so many lives with just the provision of medicine, pure water, and construction supplies that even if they all died by year's end, they would each yield 10 or 20 humans. I know, Mara said, with bitter pride. Let the people remember them as saints and paladins. Tell no one how many more they might have saved if they had only kept the faith. For she knew the precious value of each Awoken life. She knew how many she would have to spend, and mourned each soul wasted on a lesser purpose. On the day the Fallen struck, Mara was proclaimed queen. It happened swiftly, though after no little debate among the people, for everyone was afraid of a monarch who could speak to their thoughts. Yet, they feared more to deny her power and sovereignty, for they had come between worlds in her name. To refuse her would be to refuse their choice. Awoken, she told them, for the first time in my life, I hesitated to reach for power, and now 1 in 3 of you are gone. I cannot deny what the cosmos has made of me any longer. I am your one and rightful queen. She knew she had been a fool to pretend to be a peer to the others. What was true of her brother was true of all Awoken. They needed secrets to marvel at, secrets that rhymed with the deep enigma of their souls. They could not follow what they fully understood. There would be a formal coronation later, in a place not yet built. Out of respect for that unhappened coronation, Mara did not at first wear a crown, and later she claimed as her diadem the ring of event horizon that surrounds the observable universe. My Techians, she said, gathering Kelduaj and the other Utaks who'd remained, will be given absolute authority to explore our new power, the Traveler's relics, and all associated domains. We are no longer in the realm of pure science. We require an order of mysteries and witches to tend to them. Not an hour later, a fallen ketch threw off its stealth and began a deceleration burn toward Fort Vesta. The 4 armed predators had traced one of the Earthward ships back through all its erratic course changes into the Reef. They came in search of the source of these blue apekin. A salvo of coherent matter guns gutted the ketch. Blink-quick death for the mighty ship. Ancient fury, compressing matter into a relativistic pinhead. It was a waste of weapons that couldn't be recharged or reloaded, however, and the Baron in command had already scattered his skiffs like camouflaged seeds. The fallen raiders came down all over the Reef and cut their way inside. The Awoken, young to mortality, terrified of death, fled in fear. Mara, Uldren, and Sir Ido rallied as many as they could. Sir fought in a powered combat shell, but Mara needed to be seen vulnerable, silver-haired and narrow-eyed, hurling herself at the enemy. She fought with pistol and dagger, and her brother moved like a wraith at her flank. Her people were ashamed of their timidity. No more were the fallen, scuttling alien predators. Now they were an indignity, an offense to regal privilege to be met with a snarl and a rifle shot. The Awoken saw their desperation, how the stump-limbed dregs stumbled forward emaciated, how the Vandals cringed from battle as they peeled off wall panels, desperate for salvage to please their captain. Armored Sir Ido met the fallen Baron in zero-gravity combat above his spider tank and shot him dead. One adamant shaft through plate and throat. Ether hissed into vacuum. Sir threw herself upon the spider tank that clung to the sacred fire's hole. Laughing in joy, she cut into the tank's barrel and threw a charge inside, knowing its next vengeful shot would be meant for the sacred fire's main habitat drum, and that she would die in the catastrophic misfire. The tank fired. The charge detonated. Sir Ido was thrown clear, utterly unharmed. "That was where I should have died," she said in wonder, and in her mind was the smiling face of her queen. Telic 1. Mara made one more attempt, and only one, to call her scattered people home. She had hoped the assault would convince them they had a responsibility to the Reef, to come home and repair the damage they had caused. It went poorly, however, for though her tech witches were able to amplify her bond to her people through the augments Kelda had developed, she was only one voice in a maelstrom. Her Awoken had sensitive antennae, in the metaphysical sense, and could not hear her plea through the clamour. Also, the communications engineer kept forgetting to call Mara Majesty or Queen. Good news, Uldren told her with the grim delight he always showed after a debacle he had survived. Ilin and I went through the fallen communications logs. Their Baron never transmitted our position to his Kel. He wanted the prize to himself. We remain secure. The Baron might have planted a time-delayed beacon, Mara warned him. Never underestimate these beings. They've lived in the void longer than us. I already admire them, Uldren confessed. They've lost so much. Some of them even ritually dismember themselves, Mara, to prove they have the strength to grow back the missing limbs. I tell you that even if we are doomed to dwindle and go extinct, those fallen may outlive us. Mara made a dry note in her log that her brother had at last discovered his true people. For her part, Sir Ido wandered about in a daze, filled with joy to be alive, and grief that she no longer knew the day when she would die. In you, all things are possible, she told Mara. I live because of you. When Mara saw her string her mighty bow, the limbs coiled behind her leg and around her opposite arm, she was glad beyond telling that Sir had survived. In time, Mara appointed paladins to oversee her new military, as Alice Lee had done during the Theodicy War. She created talented starfarers as corsairs, to scour the asteroid belt in utmost secrecy and to establish routes and caches that would support the covert motion of Awoken ships. Most of all, she charged her brother with the mission that occupied her thoughts. Brother, she said, never again can I allow my people to be divided. We must offer them more than shielding ice and cold habitat cylinders and the warrens of Vesta. We must make a culture, a thread that binds us all in pride and wonder at the mystery of ourselves. Nowhere does culture flourish better than in a city. Gather in one place, Uldren warned her, and you make yourself a target. Mara had considered this, and found an answer. Go forth and find me a power unknown to all the other powers of this world. Return it to me. I shall make of it the cornerstone of my new city, where the Awoken shall dream of all they have been and all that is yet to come. So Uldren went out voyaging among the worlds, swift as a blue-shift ghost. In time, he returned to the Reef with a creature not larger than his hand, saying, Behold, sister, the lie that makes itself true. This is an Ahamkara. Telic 2. It was Mara alone who established a covenant with that young Ahamkara, which chose the use name Riven in honor of its host. It was Mara alone whose singular will and unity of purpose saved the Awoken from that which we now name the Anthem Anathema. For there was in Mara very little division between reality as is and reality as desired. She was confident in her centuries of purpose, and patient with the winding way by which the river of methods reaches the objective ocean. Blessed are those who in their absolute selfhood become selfless. Unappetizing are those who in their truest self-knowledge exclude the possibility of self-deceit. Mara, said Uldren Queen's brother, why do you forbid me to speak to the Ahamkara? This secret is mine alone, said Mara Queen. She knew that her brother had only widened the gap between he as was, which is called Nume, and he as he would be, which is named Kost. Begone to the outer world, where I require thee. This was when Sir Ido, having spoken to Keldawaj and to Esila, at last came before her queen. Kneeling, she said, Your Majesty, Keldawaj says that you are a god, for there is no difference between your desire and reality. Yet I know that you desire things before they ever become real. Esila says that you are keeping a secret from your brother that he must never know. I think the secret is thus. You are now a god, because one day you will become a god, and a god is not temporal. Your brother is not a god, because he will never become a god. Shall I worship you? Sir, Mara said, falling to her knees, clutching her beloved's face between shaking hands. Sir, on the day you worship me, you cannot love me anymore. For to worship is to yield all power, and I cannot love what has no power over me. At this, the Ahamkara coiled around her neck, yawned, and showed its fangs. For there was a crevice between what was and what was wanted. I see, Sir Ido said. Then to me, you are not yet a god. Although in time, the knowledge of what Mara would become pushed them apart, it was a kind and happy push, as a friend might urge a beloved companion onward to a distant opportunity. And their days together were spent gladly. Savin. Now in time, Uldren Queen's brother returned to the Reef with a new creature. He had killed it twice in ambush, he said, to be certain it could not die. It had once been an Awoken man, and, recognizing it, Mara turned away from her plans for the dreaming city and watched it coolly. It is a guardian, she said. Once, it was Chow Mu. He had left the Reef alone, knowing that he could never return or see his family again, to repair a failing climate controller in what had once been Earth's Gobi breadbasket. He had said he could not bear to watch the world wither. Bow before the Queen, Uldren said, giving him a shove. The Awoken man looked at him, then back at Mara. Your Majesty, he said, bowing. My name is Savin. You do not remember your wives? He did not. You do not remember your child, who is now 110? He did not. You do not remember your passion, which was the insulation of minutely sensitive detectors from all but the most specific and subtle radiations? He did not, except that he said he could touch magnetic fields and loved to tweak the minuscule weave of the circuits in his robe. He had a zoo-goer's enthusiasm for particle physics. To what do you owe your loyalty? Your Majesty, Savin, who was Chow Mu, said. My ghost told me that I am a guardian of the Traveller, reborn in its light. I was not a day old when your brother waylaid me. And he caused to appear from his body a machine like a sphere, cradled in a broken cube, which bobbed impertinently and blinked at the Queen. You'll make an enemy of the city and every guardian in it if you keep us against our will, the machine warned them. But we would gladly be your allies if you desire it. The city has no idea of your existence, except faint myths among the Awoken on Earth. Does it speak for you? The Queen challenged Savin, who was Chow Mu. I speak for myself, Savin, who was Chow Mu, answered. Behold! And he drew forth from the quantum vacuum a shrieking singularity, which he held between his hands and then telescoped down into nothing. Are you intrinsically good? The Queen asked. I hope so, he answered. The Queen knew this was a lie or a misapprehension. She was aware of the Risen and the cruel fiefdoms they had sometimes enabled. However, perhaps the ghosts that had made the Risen were destroyed or became enlightened. Now, the Queen asked the Techeuns to assess the differences between the Chaumu they remembered and this Savin, returned as a guardian of the Traveller, using their most sensitive physical and psychological tests. Most of all, though, the Queen was curious about the reaction of her Ahamkara, which had begun to salivate, and to assume a form more like the Guardian expected, monstrous and befanged. But her brother whispered urgently to her, "We must know how to kill it, Mara. There are more every day." Savin, the Guardian, showed a tremendous fondness for doing things. He had a pathologically task-oriented nature, which made him very useful to the Reef. Yet, there was always the sense that his ghost was watching, observing, reporting. And Savin was most of all greedy. Not in the grasping manner of the petty, but in an enormous, all-consuming way, for he desired materials and experiences that would temper him into a better guardian, and he was always experimenting with his strange powers in foolish ways that left him briefly dead, seeking a new super ability or some way to make my grenades faster. He grew tired of performing trivial tasks about the Reef, complaining that the dangerous repairs he made were endless and boring, and that he wanted to move on to new worlds. He leapt into space repeatedly and without reason, as if his death were no more traumatic than a hop off a curb. Obsessed with reward and efficiency, he would rather do one profitable thing 1,000 times than waste his efforts on a less beneficial novelty. By the end of her acquaintance with Savin, Mara had decided she did not like this traveller and what it did to people. Yet, she had also decided that she felt a strange kinship and sympathy for it, this cornered, desperate god making infinite sacrifices out of its people. Perhaps the Earth would be better off if the traveller vanished or was destroyed, she thought. Even in the Reef, she felt as if she were living next to a torch held up in a dark wilderness, calling out across the galaxy to hungry things with too many eyes. Length of a Chain, Part 1. Jolyon, my man, Uldren Sov whispers. You and I are going to take the Black Garden. Oh yeah? Jolyon Till, the Rakkus, famous among crows, sniper, scout, and teller of tales, lies full sprawl prone at Uldren's side. The scrubbed-down length of a Supremacy rifle, snugged against his shoulder, nearly doubles his height. I heard you and I were going to float Saturn in a bathtub. I'm serious, Joel. And you'll be dead serious if you go to Mars. Hardy ha ha. Target range 2,900 meters. Wind in rotation? Wind 21 kph from your 3 o'clock. You are 2 degrees off spin north. I'm going, though. I really am. You've got to come. You'll never live it down if you miss this one. I'll never live anything down if I'm dead. Shot ready. Send it, Uldren says. The Supremacy booms and kicks into Jolyon's shoulder. Uldren doesn't even bother to check that it's a bullseye. You've been with me on all the big ones, Joel. I can't do it without you. Besides, he opens his hand to reveal the ejected cartridge, snatched from midair, cobra quick. If we don't do it, some Guardians will, and the next thing you know, Mara will be inviting them in to do crow work. Joel rolls onto his right flank to regard Uldren. The Master of Crows grins his winningest. Jolyon Till, the Rakkus, squints and slaps the mag release one-handed. Uldren catches it. You're a lot like your sister, Jolyon sighs. Except that when she plays dirty, she doesn't smile so big. I got all the charm in the family. Uldren waits patiently for Joel to work the bolt and eject the chambered round. He usually wins this little game. Usually. But sometimes Joel surprises him. Nobody's ever been inside the garden. Imagine what we'll find. Nameless horrors? They're all nameless when nobody's named them, Joel. Nobody's ever been. Isn't that enticing? No, because your sister's forbidden it, Uldren. That, he says cheerfully, is how I know it's worth doing. And because the Awoken people will thrill at another tale of his narrow survival, Mara's never really understood how much heroes matter to people. A queen is an indispensable thing, but a hero now. You know what he wants, when he's lost, and when he's won. The Length of a Chain, Part 2. Their departure is meant to be secret. Nobody will turn out, he assures Joel. We'll slip away at Zenith. By the time anyone catches on, we'll be aerobraking into Meridian Bay. You're insufferably cocky, Joel says. And by the time we go, the whole city will know you're up to something. They will not. When they set out for their ship, they find the promenades and galleries aswarm with cheering throngs of Uldren's fans and followers. He waves and waves, turning, grinning, in a better mood than he will maybe ever be again. And if one dark mote burns within him, it is the fear and certainty that these people love him only because he is closest to their queen. Do they ever ask themselves why he's constantly breaking her rules? Why he always ventures so far from her? He wants his sister's approval. He knows and accepts that. But he wants her approval for something she did not anticipate, did not plan or foresee, and did not account for. He wants her to thank him with surprise. If you hurl yourself away from someone to test the length of your chain, you cannot know the chain's length until it draws you short. Does that make sense? Uldren thinks so. Uldren is afraid so. Either he is truly free of his sister, free to choose to stand at her side, to choose of his own free will. The chain is longer than he has managed to run. At the Gate, Part 1. Give Uldren Sov the chance to torment a Guardian, and he will take it faster than you can shout, "Rasputin shot the Traveller," an opinion he lobs into Guardians' minds whenever he can. He hates the Traveller's horseflies, the way anyone would hate an infant godling issued with colouring book morality and a whining, know-nothing paperweight. They are self-righteous, cocksure, callously instrumental intruders in a system they don't need to understand. He hates that most. The ability to move through the world without caring about how it works. So he's done everything to Guardians he can think of. Shot them up, shot them down, sent them on doomed quests, dunked their ghosts in intolerably stinky selenophenol, drilled holes to bury their obnoxious patrol beacons inside solid rock, tricked them into disassembling mighty weapons. But every time he gets into a gunfight, he wonders what it must be like to do this without any sheer raving terror. "Jolyon," he hisses, as the goblin downslope lobs another slap grenade his way. "Jolyon, where are you?" Nothing. The grenade detonation pops Uldren's ears and pushes ozone up his sinuses so hard that he sneezes. The goblin fires at the sneeze. Glassy shards of melted sand ricochet off his cover and shatter into chiming airbursts. He is 300 meters upslope. Guardians, armored Cabal, and fearless Vex may fight at point-blank range. Mere mortals still hang back so far they can barely see their targets. The infernal thing about Vex is that they teleport. Uldren's not sure if he's pinned down by 10 goblins or 1. A bullet cracks past. At the Gate, Part 2. Radiolarian fluid splashes on the sand. "I got it," Jolyon radios, breathless. "I'm pretty sure I also got made." Confirmation arrives in a fusillade of Cabal mortar shells, smart munitions that home in on the sound of the rifle shot. Usually the Cabal do not waste them against Vex. Some Centurion must be eager to use her toys on a target that won't teleport away. Uldren sucks air in relief when Jolyon clicks his transmit switch to signal he's okay. Uldren gets up, panting. He can just see the gate to the garden. Everyone knows where it is, sure. It's just getting inside that's the trick. The air blurs. A roiling cloud of vacuum flux blocks his view, and then, in a blast of discharge, a Vex Minotaur strides into existence. Uldren curses, throws a jamming grenade, and runs. There has got to be a better way to do this, he gasps. Any ideas? Only the one you don't like. Thread the gate with a ship coming in at Mach 20? The gate's not active. Even if we made it through the Cabal guns, we need to trick the Vex into opening the door. That means killing a Gate Lord with just our personal weapons? No, it doesn't, Uldren breathes. I have a princely idea. This is what Uldren lives for. Skittering past death, brushing its whiskers, leaping away from that toothy maw. Break contact. We need stealth now. Then, we need to pick a few unfortunate targets. Through the gate. They crawl belly down across the Martian desert like worms. Active camouflage ponchos break up their outlines. The roaming Cabal harvesters growl on the horizon. For the last 8 hours, Jolyon has been picking off Cabal infantry with his rifle, fleeing the eruption of automatic counterfire. Uldren has listened on cracked battle nets as mightier weapons are invoked and brought to bear. The war machine is now inflamed, swollen with outrage. Jolyon touches Uldren's ankle. Fingertips drum out a code. How far? 50 meters, Uldren whispers. If the Vex know we're here, they haven't. The air prickles. Subsonic groans of power stir in the sand. Something mighty awakens above them. Never mind, Uldren mutters. The Vex have now reacted. He throws off his poncho, rising with revolver and deflection grenade in his fists, screaming challenge. Jutting from the Martian desert before them is the canted, fringed hoop that is the Black Garden's gate, huge enough to swallow a fallen skiff. It thrills with infinite energy. Out of that aperture emerges the behemoth silhouette of a Vex Gate Lord. Metal and mind crashing together, self-assembling, ready to defend this secret place. The Vex are born here, in the sense of baptism, consecrated to the service of some terrible purpose that the machines found within. Hey big guy, Uldren shouts. Over here! Calmly, carefully, Jolyon Tiltharakis begins to fire his rifle straight up into the sky. The reports of the Supremacy's huge cartridges spill out across the dunes. The Gate Lord towers above them. Uldren whoops and hip-fires a couple rounds into the sand at its feet. Can you dance, sir? He bellows. Have you got the footwork? Inside the Vex entity, there are mighty algorithms constructing a model of this merely temporal place, calculating potential threat, weighing the utility of weapons discharge against the good that power might do elsewhere. This computation is the only reason Uldren's still alive. The bone mic tuned to Cabal tactical networks wakes up at Uldren's throat. They have localized the sound of Jolyon's rifle and are responding. He hollers up at the Vex behemoth and starts to jig. It's going to rain on Mars. It's monsoon season in Meridian Bay. Did you see the forecast? He grabs Joel by the hand and pulls. Together, they sprint towards the Gate Lord and its charge. The Vex machine must know what's coming, but it has to weigh the certainty of Cabal against the tiny possibility of these microbiotic motes slipping into the gate. The Gate Lord raises a weapon to obliterate them. They skid into the gate's threshold, and Uldren activates the deflection grenade so hard he nearly breaks his thumb. A perfect sphere of topologically defective spacetime blinks into being around him. He holds Jolyon close, and together they calm their breath. The barrier is impenetrable, but it will not last long. Until then, there's only so much air to breathe. Outside, the full fury of a Cabal fleet carrier lands on the Gate Lord. When the barrier fades, the Gate Lord is dead, and Uldren and Jolyon no longer on Mars. In the garden, Uldren and Jolyon huddle together, shivering beneath a canopy of white tongues. The rain pours down. Uldren can't tell where it comes from, exactly. Somewhere up in the green mist? But the rain falls and falls, and he and Jolyon turn their heads up to drink, here at the bottom of a chasm between two flower fields, where the garden's immaculate surface divides into tropical phyta. Everything grows here, Jolyon mutters. Look at your nails. Uldren studies his hand. He has a dreadful image of his fingernails developing into tight, down-curved loops that curl round back into his fingers, completing a hideous circuit to their roots. It's awful, and yet it's wonderful in a transgressive way, in a newborn, screaming way. It speaks to him of new and secret things happening here. They're dirty, he says, but I trust you'll forgive me on that account. Rain's not letting up. Shall we move? Aye. Jolyon hauls himself up with a fistful of slithering vines. They try to coil around his wrist. Tiny teeth, shaped like letters, saw at his skin. He stares at them, starts to say something, and jerks his arm away. Are you alright? For now, Jolyon mutters. For now. They move down the length of the chasm, green mist swirling overhead, ankle deep in a wet compost of flower petals and rich black soil. Wide, flat beetles with arcing horns wrestle in the earth. Uldren flips one on its back. The beetle has no interior. Seen from below, it is just a hollow shell. Jolyon pulls up a fern, and its roots are the branching metallic threads of a circuit board. Tiny, squirming things, shaped like wet microchips, mill in the exposed soil. I don't like this place, Jolyon whispers. We should get back to the surface. He means the garden surface, the manicured sections of red flowers that stretch away toward a distant mesa. But it's far too vex up there, Uldren thinks. They've been in here, gardening, moving earth, making walls, building their ancient constructs of stone and light, trying to tame this place. It's life, he breathes. You're right, Joel. Everything grows here. He cannot let this place be killed. He cannot let it be looted and overthrown like everything else that doesn't fit into the narrow binary dogmas of the Traveler's undead warriors. Excitement seizes him, and he runs ahead, sloshing through the muck, laughing aloud. Uldren, Jolyon shouts after him. What are you looking for? I don't know, he cries back. That's what's so incredible. I can't know. On the hunt. They track the last Cabal soldier from the place of carnage, onward through the flower fields, following the dribble of black oil that escapes the wounded legionary's pressure tourniquet. Uldren moves with cold, vicious anger. War, here in the garden. Petty, detestable war, brought into this place by some blundering Cabal expedition. They deserved what they got. The garden must be left to tend itself, mustn't it? Must be allowed to evolve its secret fruits. Terrain dips. The red flowers fade away to low, woven grasses. The wind whispers. Soft words. Sentences with just the beginnings of syntax, the cadence almost musical. Rain stain, Jolyon whispers, fearing infection by a contagious idea. We should... But his voice trails off as Uldren pushes ahead, down into a low vale, slipping easily through tangled undergrowth. Vex. There are Vex here. Dozens of goblins and minotaurs, still as statues and covered in moss, in a ring like some robotic henge. They are singing in a faint, wraith-like note of inhuman clarity. Uldren knows what this place must be. The Cabal legionary huddles behind a stone. Uldren creeps forward. By the time the wounded bellowing thing knows he's there, he has a knife pressed to its helmet, right above the cleft of its lips and the soft tissues below. Don't move, he says, in Uldren. Don't speak. This knife is atom sharp.
I can tell,
The legionary grunts in its native tongue.
It's right up in me eyes, practically shaving me bristles.
Do you know where you are?
Just about the worst place anyone's ever gone.
You say that because you can't smell the air, Uldren says. It's sweet, like pollen and thunder. Why did you come here?
Not by any chance of our own, sir. The milk robots abducted us.
The whispers have taken on a soft hint of Ullrent grammar, confirming Uldren's suspicion. This is a place where abstract patterns war for survival, fighting to propagate themselves by preying on each other. The Vex are singing to see how the garden changes their song, and even this conversation has fertilized the air. Why are they here? What did they want?
They come here to pray, sir. They're making vessels out of themselves. They're the worst things ever to be, sir. They ate existence.
How do you know this?
Oh, from the seeds, sir.
The legionary says.
Do you see them?
And without hesitation or second thought, he punches the emergency medic release on his helmet. The pressure seal breaks and a ring of black gel sprays out hissing. The legionary slumps over. His helmet tumbles into his broad lap. Beneath the layer of gel, the whole surface of his skull has the pitted texture of a strawberry. Thousands of tiny seeds glisten in the Cabal's flesh. Uldren brushes the skin in fascination. Uldren, Jolyon radios. I really don't like the expression on your face. This place has secrets, the prince murmurs back. The bone Mike feels cold and inorganic, poorly mated to his flesh, compared to the warm, close-packed pits of the legionary's deformed skull. So many secrets. They grew in him, Jolyon. The garden grew its secrets in him. Who gives a rat? Jolyon snaps. Your Highness, we've got to get out of here, before whatever happened to them happens to us too. He's afraid of secrets, Uldren realizes. The unknown terrifies him, which is very sensible, very rational. The attitude of a good scout, a good soldier, a survivor. But Uldren can't stop imagining how astonished Mara would be at this place. What if he could bring her here? What if they could explore this place together? After the Heart, Part 1. Mara, I picked you flowers. The Queen's retinue parts before Uldren. Astonished eyes flicker between his face, his wounds, and the potted flowers cupped in his hands. Some of them see a madman and reach for weapons before they remember that this is Uldren Sov, Prince of the Awoken, beneficiary of the Queen's limitless indulgence. Asphodelia is its name. He kneels and offers it to his sister. It grew only in the Black Garden until today. We will plant it here, in our dominion, where I know it will take root and flourish. It will remind the people of our twin heritage. For a terrible moment, Mara is unreadable. Then she smiles and beckons. Our brother has attained the Black Garden and returned to us. Come forward. She peels a single petal from the flower and lays it across her fingertip, holds it up to the light. Magnificent. Ilin, see to it. She passes it off. Uldren swallows protest. I'd hoped she might plant it herself. Afterward, private, she is silent and still. He tells her everything he remembers. Did you see the heart? She asks, softly. After the Heart, Part 2. The heart. Uldren considers his sister's question. After a while, his memories become confused. He was running through a thorny grove, and the branches and prickles were tearing at his cheeks. Huge wet fruits slapped against his shoulders and detonated in overripe pulp. Fruits shaped like heavy, swollen ghosts. He was huddled with Jolyon beneath a thick cobweb, holding his breath, as they listened to voices argue just outside. His heartbeat. Was it his heartbeat? Or another's? He was in an apartment block. He remembers that. He was sitting in a laundry room, place with a black and white checkered tile floor, watching his crows tumble over and over in the dryer, black feathers flurrying, beaks clacking. A big old female cabal sat in the tub to his left, scrubbing her back with a wire brush. A Vex goblin with the face of Alice Lee in its stomach stood behind the counter, selling detergent. "Uldren," she said, "you've got a hole in you." The cabal grunted in agreement. He looked down at himself, and there was a hole in his hand, black and perfectly round. His dryer ran out of time, but his crows were still wet. "Uldren?" Mara, shaking him. She does not ordinarily touch anyone. "Did you see the heart? It seems the most natural thing in the world that a garden should have a heart. The Vex infest the place," he says. "It gives them something they crave. It grows them toward what they want to be." "You didn't answer the question," Mara says coolly. It's a perfectly sensible observation. It's the strangest thing Uldren has ever heard her say. "Whatever the heart of that place is," he says, pacing, "it's a seed, I think. A seed left behind to grow. Like a node of glimmer, or," the idea strikes him as a thunderbolt, "or a tripwire. Bait to attract those who seek out and destroy what they don't understand. Bait for guardians. Bait to mark some milestone in the traveler's recovery." "I told you never to go there," Mara says. Her eyes burn. She draws her cloak tight. "Are you not devoted to me?" "Sister," he says, "of course I am. Yet you defy me." Yes, Uldren thinks. Yes, aren't those the same thing? How could you care at all for something that never surprises you? He feels suddenly, utterly alone. Holdfast Mark. Jolyon Till knelt before the throne, his eyes on the floor. He didn't enter the Black Garden to defy you. He did it to impress you. Why else would he risk so much? You're the only thing in the universe that would drive him to such lengths. He could feel the Queen's cold glare boring a hole through the top of his head. "Is that meant as an excuse, Jolyon?" The Queen seethed. "Because it sounds remarkably petty. Childish, even. The darkness is not something to be toyed with. Who knows what you might have awakened? My decree was for our protection. As my most trusted crow, I would have thought you understood that." "Yes, my queen. I understand." Marasov slowly descended from her dais, looming over her childhood friend, her subject. "You say you understand, yet you directly disobeyed my command to avoid that place." She bent forward at the waist until her lips were nearly brushing his ear. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Is this treason?" The word echoed silently through the empty throne room. Jolyon's blood froze. "Please, my queen, try to understand. Uldren is your kin by birth, by blood. There is nothing you wouldn't do for each other." He paused, choosing his next words carefully. "He is your brother, but he's mine as well. He saved my life more times than I can count. Not just in battle. He saved me from despair, from self-doubt. When Laviska died, when my world was crumbling, he saved me from myself." As emotion welled up within him, Jolyon found the courage to raise his head and meet the Queen's lofty gaze. "Uldren is my brother too. I love him, and I would follow him anywhere. I would follow him into death if he asked, just as he would for you. If you call that treason, so be it." Jolyon. When he sees Jolyon in the arsenal, the realization of his own sheer, unbelievable, inconsiderate, disgraceful boorishness makes Uldren gasp aloud in horror. "Hey," he calls, roughly. He's not sure how to apologize. He hasn't spoken to Jolyon since they returned from the garden. He didn't commend Jolyon to the Queen, or throw him a fete for his bravery, or even ask if he was sleeping alright after everything. He forgot about him. "Hey," Jolyon says, not looking up. "You weren't at the range yesterday." "Oh, you don't even need a spotter," Uldren says, trying to tease him, but it comes off flat and dismissive. "I've been, dreaming," recording his dreams, poring feverishly through the Origin libraries, searching for confirmation of what his heart wants so desperately to be true. The future of the Awoken could lie in that garden. There is a wellspring of light on Earth, a blinding beacon that will only grow brighter. The Awoken will not survive, not as they are. Mara's vision and the truth of their origins will be lost, diluted by the anodyne philosophy of those city-born ideologues. The Guardians will kill everything they find. What if the garden is the Traveller's antithesis? What if the Awoken can find in that garden a new place of balance, an equipotential between the darkness and the light? As the light brightens, the shadows deepen. Jolyon is saying something. "Sorry," Uldren grunts, fussing with his revolver. "What was that?" "I said we should talk about what happened in there." Yes! He realizes now how afraid he was that Jolyon wouldn't see the significance of the place. Revulsion and fear, yes, natural responses, but he must see past them. "Yes, we've got to record all our observations before they fade. I should have asked you sooner." "Uldren, I don't want anyone to know what we saw." "Oh." This kindles a little bonfire of warmth in his gut. "Of course. No one else has to know. Our shared secrets, I wish I didn't remember what I saw," Jolyon says, fumbling his rifle's firing pin. It hits the floor like a dull chime and rolls under his bench. He doesn't go after it. "And I don't keep secrets." Uldren thinks about this for a moment. The profound truth of it hits him like a cold wind. "You don't, do you?" Jolyon knows exactly where he was born, to what lineage. His capabilities as a marksman are public record. As one of Uldren's crows, he flies dangerous surveillance missions, but he is not a covert operative. Uldren knows everything about him. "You gonna be on the range tomorrow?" Jolyon asks, too casually. "Thought we might shoot a few magazines." "Not tomorrow," Uldren says. "I have work to do." He is already trying to imagine how Mara would react if he tries to turn the Oracle engine on the garden. The things he might learn. The things she will surely want to know. Holdfast Cloak. "Uldren?" Jolyon gently prompted his oldest friend. The normally sharp Awoken prince had drifted off again. Uldren snapped back to reality with a shake of his head. "Is that?" "Yes. Wind 17 kph from your 6 o'clock. 1 degree off spin north." Uldren squinted downrange, as if peering into the sun. Jolyon frowned. The sun was behind them. This was the first time he and Uldren had been to the range since their return from the Black Garden, and Jolyon was shocked by how hollowed out his friend looked. Jolyon couldn't quite put his finger on what had changed, but there was definitely something new in Uldren's eyes. Something terribly familiar. Sending it. Jolyon pulled the trigger and missed by 30 meters. That's how far the calculations had shifted during his moment of hesitation. Jolyon grimaced. "Nice shot," Uldren muttered. You always were the best. Jolyon didn't even bother to hide his concern. It was clear that Uldren was also plagued by the nightmares. The nocturnal visions Jolyon dared not mention aloud. The grotesque beating heart mangled by Vex technology, slimy with overripe pulp, thorny wires reaching outward. The wet, mechanical thump of the dark beating heart. The thick beating heart. Jolyon snapped to. He had been drifting. He looked up to find the Awoken prince squinting down at him, as if trying to spot something in the distance. Something barely visible, and receding further by the day. The Awoken. In their jump ship, the Guardian and Ghost enter the Reef for the first time. Hundreds of destroyed ships, stations, and other pieces of debris surround them.
Where did all this come from?
Every ship that could escape fled Earth during the collapse. They made it this far. I guess they died out here.
It's a graveyard. How did the Awoken survive?
No one knows.
2 Awoken ships, camouflaged within the wreckage, activate and begin flanking the Guardian's jump ship.
State your business or be fired on by order of the Queen.
Don't look at me. Better say something.
We are from Earth. We're here to seek the counsel of the Awoken.
Conform to my trajectory. Any deviation will be taken as an act of aggression.
Looks like we're in the right place.
Why is the right place always so terrifying?
The Queen's throne room. The Reef. The Guardian and Ghost walk toward the throne, followed closely by Awoken guards. The Queen's brother, Prince Uldren Sov, awaits them, standing in front of the throne.
So, these are the trespassers demanding an audience.
We didn't mean to trespass.
The Queen herself judges who may or may not enter the realm. Me? I see no reason she should be available for whatever washes up at the Reef. But here we are.
We've come to ask for help.
2 fallen vandals with spears approach. The Guardian pushes one of the guards back. Uldren unsheathes a knife and holds it to the Guardian's throat while catching the Guardian's wrist.
It is afraid of the fallen. It does not understand these ones are mine.
As the Queen sits on her throne, the 2 vandals lift their spears and stand at rest. The Awoken guard takes her weapon from the Guardian's hand and reholsters it.
Apologies, Your Grace.
I am a Guardian from Earth. We're searching for the Black Garden.
Why?
We seek to destroy the darkness at its heart.
You want to turn it into a battleground? How unimaginative.
Do you know where it is?
Everyone knows where it is. The hard part is getting in.
Can you help us?
And why would we do that?
The Queen requests counsel with her brother.
Uldren turns around, walks toward the Queen, and kneels by her side. The 2 speak between themselves, inaudible to the Guardian.
Yes, that's good. That's good. Why not? We'll make you a key. How's that? All we need is the head of a Vex Gate Lord.
A Gate Lord?
Why do you want a Vex head?
Oh, we don't. And I doubt we'll get one either. But it's your only hope of getting into the Black Garden.
We will return.
Or die on Venus. Either way.
The Guardian turns and leaves, the guards following closely behind. The Guardian enters the Queen's throne room.
It is alive. And still has its ball.
There is no shame in running away, Guardian. Apart from the cowardice and failure of it, it's an excellent strategy.
We didn't run.
Was no Gate Lord slain, brother?
Oh, we slayed a Gate Lord.
Ghost.
The Ghost transmats the Vex head into the throne room.
We need to find the Black Garden.
They don't even know where it is.
Let us tell them. Search the Gate Lord for that which gains them entrance.
Why? If you wish them certain death, just kill them here.
Often when we guess at others' motives, we reveal only our own.
My motive is simply loyalty. To a people. A queen and a sister.
Then please, take what is required.
Uldren draws his knife and plunges it in the Gate Lord, ripping out the eye, and smiling as its glow disappears.
Dead, unfortunately. A wasted journey, I'm afraid.
Perhaps. But I think these ones resourceful. We gift it, in sympathy for their traveler.
Uldren turns away from his sister, scowls, and turns to the Guardian.
Mars. 84 North, 32 East. Meridian Bay.
Uldren tosses the eye to the Guardian. Mara stands.
I have shown you benevolence, Guardian. Should the Awoken ever need an ally, I will call on you. And expect you to answer.
She's saying you owe us, Guardian.
I understand. Your Grace.
Good luck! Getting through the exclusion zone.
Ghost fragment. Queen's brother. The machine had wings and feathers, sleek and black as its body. But the feathers were eyes too, sharp and delicate, and ears that pricked at every sound. The young prince considered the machine, considered its purpose, and his own. And then he called to it. I have a task for you. Obedience was woven into its workings, and so it stopped.
Master of Crows?
Mind the Black Garden's gate. Follow anyone who passes through.
In the name of your sister.
The machine bowed, and it went to find its warp capsule, just as another came in. But this one flew skittishly, as if to evade its master. The prince caught it from the air. You avoid me?
I am tasked by the Queen.
But you serve me. he let it tremble in displeasure for a moment. "Tell me your news." The machine flicked its wings. The prince stroked them flat with slow, assured motions. "Tell me your news," he said again. "What's the harm?"
The heart is growing stronger.
The crow said.
The Vex transformation has begun, and the progeny are stirring.
The prince considered this in silence for a moment, and then he wrapped the crow up in his fist and folded its wings around it so that it could not move or fly. He did all this swiftly and with purpose. Carrying the machine, he went to see his sister. She was alone with her fallen guards, sitting before a window into infinity. Her eyes did not leave the universe, but sensing her brother, she said, "Yes, what is it?" "There's news to share," he said, and offered the crow in his fist. "And I think I have earned the right to share it." By the end of Destiny 1, the Guardian has neutralized the threat of the Black Heart, and would continue to have success by assisting Eris Morn with the final death of the Hive Prince Crota in the Dark Below expansion, and in repaying their debt to the Awoken by capturing the fallen Kells Skolas for Mara during the House of Wolves expansion. These actions did not go unnoticed, and Crota's father and Hive god Oryx, the Taken King, would be drawn to our system. His invasion force would be met by Mara and the Awoken above Saturn, a battle that would mark another major turning point in Uldren's life. Battle of Saturn. Above Saturn, the Reef's fleet assaults Oryx's Hive forces. We see Uldren piloting one of their fighters as he leads a bombing run on the Dreadnought itself. Whilst he is able to pull it off, he realizes their attacks are having no effect on the Dreadnought. Mara and her Techeuns attack using their secret weapon, the Harbingers. But this fails, and Oryx initiates his counterattack. The Dreadnought's own superweapon destroys all in its path, including many Awoken freighters and frigates. Uldren screams as the blast envelops all, including his sister. The aftermath. Do not fear, brother. This was the only choice I had. The sound of her voice ripped him from sleep. He jumped up. His ship was still contained in its protective sphere. He tried to retract the shield, but it was locked to its initiation time. He couldn't remember activating it. Then he remembered the battle. That blast. What that ship fired was ancient, not bound to anything the Origin libraries even sought to describe. He tried to calm down. He thought of her, searching for her pull. He couldn't find it, but he was not calm. She always told him she would always be there, behind the calm. All he could hear were echoes of that sound. It began as soon as they hit the ring plane, ringing in the old glimmer of his long-buried self. Before she showed him who he was. In the before and the after. The Techeuns should have known what the Dreadnought could do. Must have known. Did they not feel what he felt? Hear what he heard? And that damn ketch, it wasn't protected. They had to know that. All to deploy the Harbingers. They barely got a foothold before the weapon was fired. He thought of Petra and how overwhelmed she must be, forced to hold her post and watch her people perish. He tried to calm himself again, forcing long breaths. He realized where he was. Mars, Athabasca, the Kandor Isles. He hadn't been here in so long, not since he found the Black Garden. The countdown to the shield's deactivation pulse. He tried again to home in on her, to find if she truly gave herself for this battle. He felt close to something, a hum of starlight. Then shield deactivation broke his focus. He climbed out and saw the damage to his ship, and the truth of the Armada's devastation sunk in. He turned in despair to find hundreds of his Crow drones, deployed on Mars long ago, circling his ship, waiting.
Welcome back, Master.
The one closest to him spoke first, and the others followed. A wave of salutations echoed throughout the dry sea. And with that, hope returned. Begin repairs on the ship immediately. Something has gone missing, and you will help me find it. After the fall, she is gone. He lives now in a state of perpetual dread. He hates the future because he fears it. He fears its emptiness, and he can't imagine lonely eternity without her. As he staggers down the edge of a Martian chasm, he can feel the drop calling to him, begging him to join her, to end it all. The heat of the place soaks him in sweat. The dead chassis of one of his old Crow drones, slung over his back, feels like it's compressing his ribs, pushing his lungs up against his sternum, expelling his breath. He needs the drone to fix his ship. Again. He must get off Mars. He must start looking for her. The weight of the Crow drone slams him down on hands and knees. His vision swims, stars and shining harbingers soaring through the ring plane and a wall of terrible light. And he sees the moment the dreadnought took everything from him. The moment his sister finally, absolutely, utterly ran out of secret plans. That instant, when all sound ceased and he screamed denial, and yet, in spite of his soul's plea to die with her, reached for the deflection shield that saved his life. He crawls until he can rest in the shadow of a dead Vex block. He crashed in the Kandor Isles, not so far from the gate to the garden, the place where he saw another path for the Awoken. Why had Mara never accepted his invitation? He has been hearing her. Thirst hallucinations, surely. But there is that hum, that whisper, that thrill of starlight in his skull. A flock of his Crow drones found his crash site and repaired his fighter. He made it halfway to orbital velocity before a Cabal gun clawed him out of the sky and sent him crashing down into Hellaspace. Now his Crows are dead, and the fighter is probably beyond repair. And his sister is gone. His sister is gone. And he followed her, and all his people followed her because he and they were sure she had a plan. She always had a plan. Something better than dying by the thousands for a city that does not care. He should go home. He should go home if he could find a way. Will he have the strength? He cannot be the champion they loved. He cannot restore their faith in the purpose of the Awoken or in his sister's design. He no longer believes. This world is a carcass now. The scars of the Guardian's passage, Cabal fortresses reeking of decay, littered with flesh and bone and broken armor. The shattered chassis of Vex littering the sands, a place of death and war A war that tilts on the fulcrum of the Traveller, brought upon it by the puppets of that Traveller, that fulcrum of war. There is something in his eye. He blinks and blinks, trying to rub it away, and as he does, he struggles to hear her, to sense that prickle of starlight under his skin. She will tell him he is on the right path. She will tell him she's still alive. He feels nothing. Regent. I see. And our wolf ships? All destroyed but the Calyx Sin, and she is badly wounded, burning for Pallas now. Galiots. Those that remained at the outpost are still in good condition, for now, and we still have some in reserve at Pallas. How many? 12? And how many shipwrights? I'm afraid I cannot say. I see. Divert Hallam to civilian defense. Send Kamala and anyone we can spare for a covert SAR run. Avoid hostile engagements at all costs. If they find survivors, notify me immediately. Wilco there. Signing off, Commander. The comms light goes off, and Petra takes a deep breath for calm. She leans forward to flip switches, adjust dials. Her hands are shaking. Commander. She was never supposed to be Commander. All she'd ever wanted was to serve and protect Mara. And now Mara Sov was alive. She was alive somewhere. She'd promised. Retaking the yoke of her own galliot, Petra sets a course for the Tangled shore. She cycles through comms channels as she flies. The Hive are swarming the outpost. The Disciples are demanding escort in their evac. Devi is MIA. Guardian jump ship after Guardian jump ship is throwing itself at that monstrous Hive ship, only to be repelled by some kind of defense field. 100 Cedars are landing on Ceres. Hallam is evacuating every civilian he can on the shielded inner cities. 200 more Cedars on Pallas. Skyburner forces inbound, armed to the teeth. Wolf allies defecting. Devi is found. Petra cannot turn off the radio. She cannot stop listening. She can scarcely breathe. She wants to reverse course and fly her ship into the eye of that flagship. She wants to wreck herself against its ugly, scrim-shored hull and scream so clear and true as she dies that that wretched beast will hear her and know what atrocity he has committed. She wants to believe Mara is alive. But how, when she cannot feel her? When she does not know every step of the accursed plan? She approaches Thee's landing from a reckless angle, then cuts fast and low across the lashed-together wreckage of the shore. The air is thick with dust and debris, and shimmering immaterial harbinger matter. It is impossible to see more than a click out. She follows her radar. Unconsciously, she holds her breath. And then, there it is. The watchtower. Petra sighs through clenched teeth. It's whole. Unharmed. Black Talon. 3 months after the Taken War. Hallam found her in the washroom closet to the black hole entrance. We're going to be late. Petra sat on the sink, eyes dry, shoulders squared. I'm not going. Hallam let his paladin straight posture relax a little. The Regent Commander should probably attend the late Prince's memorial. The Crows will want to see you. I hear they've commissioned a sword in his honor. If I go, it's as good as saying he's dead. As good as saying Mara's dead. Well, Alan exhaled. Aren't they? Petra ground her teeth. Then, but I want people to believe. Ghost Fragment. The Reef 4. He let his captors drag him through the dirt. His arms ached. 2 hands wrapped around each bicep like iron bands. He slumped, and the toes of his scuffed boots bumped over the stones and left trails in the dust. He kept his eyes low, a ragged and stained cloak hanging over his face. It was not a position to which he was accustomed. They debased him. They abused him. He bit the inside of his cheek until the blood filled his mouth. He struggled not to resist. They needed to believe he was broken, that he wasn't a threat. It was the only way they would bring him before their Kell. He'd spent weeks weaving the illusion that led the Fallen to him. He'd left bits of his trail where they couldn't help but find them. He skulked from planet to planet, Mars, then Venus, then Mercury, then back again, following rumors and whispers. He'd hid from the Guardians, from his own people. He'd let everything they had built fall apart, while those still loyal to him searched every inch of this forsaken system. Now, it was time to stop searching and start building. He would need soldiers who answered to him and no one else. Bodies to shape with will and magic and tech to his needs. These would serve. He thought they would take him to a catch, but they were deep underground. Not near the Cosmodrome, but it didn't matter. He'd never been particularly concerned with the geography of this blasted world. It was not his home. So he bent his head low and listened to the guttural string of hisses and clicks issuing from the maw of a would-be king in yellow. A broken ruler of a broken house, and the last of his kind. They were more alike than he cared to admit. When the creature's anger had burnt itself out, he raised his head to look at it. He did not need to speak. One Kell rises, and another bends its knee. And the prince felt the little hum of starlight ripple through him. The one that let him know she would be pleased with what he had done. Kings. When at last they drag him before the Kell, he has already been transformed by weeks of abuse, weeks of beatings, and forced runs and animal pen conditions into a happy man. The mighty Kell of Kings tells him, clearly but not concisely, what it thinks of him. Prince Uldren, of a ruined house, lesser of 2 siblings, bested by Skolas, blinded by Varric's less than Dreg, squanderer of fleets, last of the Awoken nobility, last of his kind. When Uldren looks up at him, he does not even need to speak the truth. The Kell of Kings has named Uldren, and in doing so, it has named itself. The broken ruler of a broken house. The last Kell. You do what I cannot, the Kell tells Uldren. You broken, beaten thing. You have no pride, so you will lose nothing when you give the word that must be given. It is twilight for the fallen, and we must lay our banners down. And to the groaned and growled protests of its court, the Kell of Kings kneels to Uldren. I bow to thee, it says, for in thy downfall and disgrace thou bearest the weakness we cannot. Thou shalt tell the Elixni to tear off their banners. Thou shalt tell them that we must all surrender to each other. We must give up our rivalries, or we will not survive. Wilt thou do this for one dying people, prince of another? He will do it. He will gain soldiers and ships and resources to begin the search. He found them, he himself, by risking everything and surviving, as he always does. He feels her in his heart. She is still out there. She needs him more than ever. In the pit of his suffering, her voice came clearly to him, like the way she once appeared to him while he was being beaten to a pulp in a zero-G brawl. She is out there waiting for him, and everything will be alright. He will be there for her. It will be all right. Death to Kells. Avrok knew Kells. He had never spoken to one, had never even been on the same battlefield as one. But as a twice-docked dreg of House Kings, oh, how he knew Kells. Kells were stronger, faster, smarter. In other words, they had better resources, ate better, slept safer, lived longer. They were like guardians in that way. Avrok had had enough of both. He stopped bringing all his salvage to his captain. They didn't notice, and if they did, it's not like they could have cut his ether rations anymore without killing him. Nothing left to lose. He built his ship piece by piece in a gully far away from prying eyes. When the Awoken Prince arrived, he knew a distraction when he saw one. While the Kell mocked his newest prisoner, Avrok made his escape. He flew his ship to the Tangled shore. Starving and weak, he stood before the one they called the Spider, offered his ship as a sign of his goodwill. Spider rubbed his chin, an alien gesture. What is it called, your ship? Avrok lifted his chin, looked Spider directly in the eyes. Death to Kells. Spider hired him on the spot. Ether Doctor. Here is my offer. The Spider folds both sets of arms over his thorax, leans back in his throne. For the martially inclined, bodyguards, enforcers, and such, I will provide 1 kilogram of ether for 1 day's work. By day, I mean half of 1 30-hour cycle. That's the schedule I keep. If you suffer an injury in my service, you will still be paid for your days of recovery. Sibilant murmurs of surprise echo around the Spider's chamber. The dregs and vandals gathered before him are trying to figure out the catch. Spider allows himself a luxuriant smile. For those who prefer a more freelance lifestyle, you will find me an enthusiastic collector of salvage
secrets. My prices are posted on the local network. In the last 40 orbits, I have changed them twice.
He pauses to let the Elixni tune into his network, let the prices sink in. The hisses of joy are even louder this time.
You are used to competing for the favors of your Kell. Let me make one thing clear. I am no Kell, and I do not waste my favor on you. Honor your side of the deal, and I shall honor mine. No more, no less. Now,
Spider claps his hands, relishing the thoroughly human uselessness of the gesture.
get to work.
Cayde 6. By the end of Destiny 1, the Fallen houses are broken, and as we heard, Uldren encouraged all the Fallen to burn their banners. By the time of Destiny 2, which saw the arrival of the Cabal's Red Legion and the events of the Red War, many Fallen consider themselves to be part of House Dusk. But not all of them. The Spider, as we've heard, draws Fallen to him that will work solely for material interest. But another faction that grew in the Reef, following the events of the Taken King, are the Scorned Barons, who set out to take control over ether production in the system and genuinely, cause chaos. Said chaos they caused drew the attention of Petra and the Awoken, who called on Cayde 6 for assistance in dealing with the Barons. The comic Cayde 6, set after the Red War but before Forsaken, is a fun tale told largely from Cayde's perspective that recounts his capture of the Scorned Barons. If I was at all capable of doing Cayde, I would happily read it, but as I am not at all, you will tend to only get absolutely necessary Cayde 6 bits from me. His team for the task consists of Hawthorne, Banshee 44, some random guy called Jin, a hunter called Nadia, and Petra herself. They are able to capture all of the Barons, who are then shipped off to the Prison of Elders. There is one exception, however. Their leader, the ex-Archon priest, Fikrul. As for him, Cayde fires off 3 golden gun shots at him, and they hit him straight in the chest, and they knock him into, a chasm. Cayde's justification for just killing him in cold blood is that Fikrul, as a leader and a figurehead for the Scorned Barons, posed too much of an ongoing risk. He would be a constant threat that would always hold the potential to rally others back to his cause. Cayde does go looking for Fikrul's body, but when he cannot find it, he just chalks up to likely having bounced off into the space of the Reef. He was wrong. Fanatic, Part 1. She's been silent too long. The whole solar system groans with the bruises of war. Uldren lives in constant suffering, a numb, scowling pain that drives him to ether and worse distractions. He has never felt the light this strong. He has never known pain so deep. How many centuries with his sister, and how quickly he's disintegrated without her. Why won't she speak to him? The Reef burns around him. Shattered asteroids and cracked habitats spill bright flakes of debris. There is nothing quite so stark and brilliant as sunlit wreckage in a vacuum. The Reef is huge, huge but dense too. Its structures and people gathered in tight clusters against the vastness of space. Oryx and the Red Legion ripped great holes in the Reef. Oh, if only Uldren had told Petra that Traug's broken legion was a Trojan horse. But Uldren has nothing to give to a regent who surrenders her people to the Traveler. She has always wanted Mara's approval, little Petra. Always wanted to ingratiate herself. But she's never understood what Mara respects. She's never been willing to take the hard road to Mara's trust. That's why Mara doesn't speak to Petra. But Mara has not been speaking to Uldren either. He kicks off the wrecked hull of the Corvette. He and the Kings have been raiding the asteroid belt, knocking out shipping headed for Earth, trying to further destabilize the Reef. Uldren has killed his own subjects, and at first that left him wretched with guilt, curled up in the hard cell where he sleeps. But didn't Mara lead thousands of her subjects to their deaths for a still enigmatic greater good? How is this any different? She has always intended her people for the altar. The Awoken are pawns in her design. It's up to Uldren to set that design back on track. Mara, he shouts up into the starlight. He has come too far to beg now. He's done too much. He demands an answer. I'm not angry. I forgive you for sacrificing yourself to save them. But you must answer me now. Am I on the right path? Am I nearer to finding you? He has the House of Kings as allies. His raids on the Reef have forced Petra to pull back, consolidate, focus on protecting her citizens instead of collaborating with the Guardians. But is he any closer to Mara? Has he? Can he trust himself to do this? He always wanted to surprise Mara, to make her recalculate her plans. But it would help him so much to know that she foresaw a little of this. To be certain he's headed the right way. Mara, he cries, blinking against the persistent soreness in his right eye. Sister, have you forsaken me? Something answers him. Fanatic, Part 2. Just a whisper, just a brush of reassurance, just a quaver. Uldren, my rescuer. He follows the voice. The violence of his thruster burns bruises his body. Down from the tumbling Corvette to the harnessed asteroid below, where shattered servitors and the wreckage of Shanks mark the site of a losing battle. Guardians ambushing a fallen party. His suit's chemoreceptors detect a trace of ether. He follows it in. And there it is. A fallen Archon crumpled in the dust. Ether hisses through entry and exit wounds cauterized by brutal solar flames. The mark of the golden gun. Uldren hisses in disgust as he traces Guardian's footprints in the dust. They must have sprinted off together in a rush, no doubt to farm some other site where skiffs were coming down with mining parties. He triages the Archon's wounds. Mortal. The victim is shaking now, trembling under Uldren's hands. He wants so badly to do something, anything, to ease the poor soldier's passing. To have the power, some say his sister had, to save just by proximity. Does he wish it? Does he wish to save this poor thing? He does. He does. His eyes burn with sympathetic tears as he works to bind the Archon's wounds. His hands are quick and gentle, and he weeps with the strength of his hatred for the Guardians that did this. As tears stain the Archon's wounds, the ether roiling through Uldren's fingers slowly grows heavier, darker, more noxious. He does not notice. Finally, he leans back to smear his knuckles across his eyes. Sore, they're always so sore. Under the unmarked helmet, 4 dead eyes open in wonder. The Archon croaks a word, a broken leftover of a dying hallucination, calling out to whoever he wanted to see welcoming him into the afterlife.
Father.
The Severance. He has come to the realization that it no longer matters if he doesn't know what to do or if he's doing the right thing. What matters is that he wants. If he wants to find Mara and save her, if he wants to do the right thing fiercely enough, if his intentions are good and powerful, he will find the way. He just has to believe in himself. No more paralyzing analysis, no more painful regrets. He has to go forward without doubt. The Awoken are a beautiful creation. He must keep them safe. Secrets are safe. Sister, he asks the wall of his quarters. Lately, in between bouts of euphoria, he's been sleeping too long. Sometimes it takes him an hour to get to his feet, and another hour to make himself don his armor. Wasn't living easy once? Couldn't he do things just by wanting to do them? The spark has gone out of him. The spark of the possibility of Mara's trust. He needs it back. Come home, the wall tells him. It's time to come home and take your crown. He leaps to his feet. Yes, he wants something again, wants more than to lie here numbly. He wants to show his face to his awoken people. He wants the fanfare played at his welcome. He wants to make a speech accepting the kingship. He wants to terrify and stir his people with the ferocity of his need to save Mara. The Awoken have survived so much. He will tell them that they do not need to survive anymore. That the end is coming, the end of the long plan. He goes to the Ketch's Bridge. What news from the Reef? He barks. A shank casts the sound into his ears. Petra's voice. Petra, who dares to try to replace what does not need replacing. Cayde, the targets are in the crater now. My fire teams are in blocking position. Whoever you've got, call them in. Guardians. Petra and the Guardians working together. Did Mara ever want this? Uldren thinks not. Is it possible that he's too late? That the Awoken are no longer awoken? Lulled by the absence of his sister into the Traveler's trance? Set a course for the Vestian outpost, he snaps, rubbing at his eyes. Prepare skiffs for a camouflaged insertion. We will put an end to Petch.
What are you doing?
A captain of the king growls in his ears.
The House of Kings is very satisfied with the state of the Awoken Demens. And if we interfere, we will certainly attract Guardians.
Insubordination. She would have never tolerated this. Uldren says, careful to keep his voice light. Yes, of course. The itch in his eyes resumes, and he discovers that he has a new desire. A new thing he fiercely wants. Fikrul. The Archon he saved is named Fikrul, and he worships Uldren like a father and a god. Uldren understands, now, what brought them together. They each see a future for their broken people, a future that cannot be obtained by looking back. Fikrul tells Uldren how the Fallen have been crippled by their dependence on machines, how they have clung to tradition instead of hurling themselves into the abyss, seeking rebirth through extinction into a new species. I feel the same, Uldren tells Fikrul, whittling a tiny model galliot from an ingot of steel. We say we exist on the thin line between dark and light, Fikrul. But my people have always been easily led astray.
What future do you see for Awoken?
Fikrul asks him. What future? After he finds and saves Mara, he realizes that he doesn't care. He's spent so many centuries stalking the perimeter of Awoken society, fighting off challengers, spying, sneaking, doing Mara's dirty work. Nothing has value except in its relation to Mara's plots. Not even himself. They can die for all I care, he says, with a viciousness he never expected of himself. Didn't he want to save his people? No. Mara was willing to destroy them for her purposes. The Awoken have no value at all except in service of her design. If some part of them survives, it will be the worthy part. Does he wish for Awoken extinction? Is that what he truly wishes? We have work to do, he tells Fikrul. The House of Kings has become a inconvenience to my plans. I wish to... He wags his knife. Divest. Fikrul looks up sharply from his own knives. Dark ether seethes like a mist around his face.
Is it time we show them the future now?
Docking.
Honorless at the end,
Gasps the former Kell of Kings.
faithless and false. Your sisters well kept us from the great machine, Uldren Sov. She challenged the wolves by right of noble lineage. But you skulk in shadows and filth. You hide behind your bruises like a dreg.
Funny you should mention that, Uldren sneers. He knows he's sneering, but this worthless thing deserves it. What did the Kell of Kings ever want? To go backward. More servitors, more machines, more of the past. Uldren sees now that extinction is only the beginning. That the bones of what you become can act more powerfully than the flesh of what you leave behind. Fikrul. Shattered servitors and dead fallen loom in ether-frosted mounds behind Fikrul. He comes forward silently, hulking, horrific, his headdress gridding out the firelight into blocks of shadow and smoke. He carries 2 shock daggers. We are the last of our kinds, Uldren tells the Kell. My sister is gone. So is the idea of your great machine. The difference between us? He leans in to hiss. My sister's coming back. In 4 swift cuts, the Archon of the Scorned Barons docks the Kell of Kings. Uldren tears the House of King sigil hanging from the new Dreg's belt and holds it high for all to see. The kings are dead. Long live the king, comes Fikrul's reverent growl. Petra. After that, Uldren and Fikrul part ways, for a time. Fikrul goes back to his bloody work, reshaping fallen society the way a hammer reshapes a spider, and drawing certain useful elements to him. Uldren resumes his lonely search for Mara. He remembers a time long ago, scouting with the crows, scouting with a young corsair who wanted nothing more than to be defined by her wrath. Perhaps Petra can be saved too. He finds her in Thieves' Landing. What is she doing here? Mara never would have stooped to this, trading information with a criminal in the lowest places of... So few of us remain, he tells her, and in that moment, seeing the shame in her, he knows she is too far gone. She cannot be saved. That night, he weeps for Petra. Mara comes to him in the darkness. She has heard his sorrow. He looks up in wonder. His sister sending her will and wisdom to watch over him. He knows then that it will be all right. Flayed. Spider's Lair. Petra, in her element, light-footed light of thought. She keeps herself open to the place. Heat of packed bodies and machinery, bite of ether in the air. Money, and the promise of money, and the things money can make people do. Knives, pistols, danger like static charge. He's no good for you, she says, and he's no good for me. If you turn him over, I'll be happy. You like me happy, don't you, Spider? The spider grumbles.
Very well. You will take him alive. He must have stores of ether, and no matter what Varric says, that ether is mine.
He's agreed. She has what she came for, which is proof that the spider actually wants this capture to succeed. As Regent, she can never tell when she succeeds. She's constantly reacting, making decisions that will only be clearly assessed by historians. Here, she is the Wrath again. She feels brave. We'll deal with the ether once we have him. Thank you for the information. Petra slides the hood over her head and dismisses herself back into the crowd. 2 dregs barter salvage with tokens like fingernail-sized knives. Slatted light falls through thick clouds of adulterated ether to cut hard lines across the torn, bannerless fringes some of the fallen wear. A Cabal deserter, hunched against the wall in a baggy pressure sack, sells the location of Red Legion arms caches for loads of raw glimmer. Petra pauses for a moment on the threshold, looks back longingly at the chaos within, wishes that anything would happen to make her stay. She goes out into the shadows of the surface. Soon, as clear as the visions that sometimes come to her, she knows there's something moving quick and stealthily up ahead. She keeps her pace steady, checks her knife and pistol, So few of us remain, Petra Venge. The voice betrays a bearing, and she catches just a glimpse of structure against the background noise. The hood of a cloak. The arch of lips. Who's there? She challenges. It's a man. His movements are erratic, shrouded in a rhythmic noise that mimics the chaos of nature. He knows how to seem like an accidental thing. A tumbled heap, a brush of wind. Petra, if only we could go back to those days before. Uldren, she gasps. He is here? He has come to take the Regency and execute his sister's will. She'll be free to act without cruel deliberation and agonizing uncertainty. Free to meet every challenge instead of making them for herself. No, this must be an illusion. It's too much of everything she wants. She searches with senses beyond sight for something capable of casting this into her mind. A scion flayer, a hive wizard. She trusted you with all of this. All of us. And you gave it to the mercy of the light. She feels the intent to murder. She knows it is meant for her. She draws and acquires the target faster than a sound can cross from mind to tongue. But her sight picture captures only darkness. 2 slow heartbeats. When no shot or knife comes, she begins to withdraw. Nothing follows her to her ship. Free, Part 1. Admit it. Admit that you trapped my sister in the Dreaming City. I did not, Ilyn says. She is not trapped, Uldren. She is dead. Uldren knows the truth now, and he wants things to be right. He wants it so fiercely that he knows nothing he does in pursuit of this want can be wrong. Which lies, he spits, venomous. She is alive. Ilyn measures him in silence for a while. Then, we knew you would come, she tells him with quiet, calm defiance. You're lost, Uldren. You knew I'd come, but you never searched for me. My sister would take your eyes for that. Your sister needs nothing from us now, Uldren. Not even you. The rage is almost enough to make him kill her. But he knows Mara wouldn't approve. She is with him now. She is substantial, if not corporeal, and she dances at the edge of his sight. You're so close, she whispers. Free me from this place, Uldren sobbed. You've gone mad, Ilyn says with repulsive empathy. I almost did too, when I knew she'd gone. Why do you travel with that thing? What have you come to do? I've come to finish it, Uldren tells her. He even tries to smile, because he is being honest. He's telling the truth. I've realized I was a fool to try to surprise her. We all exist through her design, Ilyn. We all act only by her consent. I'm going to save her, because she needs me to save her. When she needs me to die, I will die, and when she has completed her great design for the Awoken will die too. It is the reward we so richly deserve for we owe everything to Mara. It would be wrong for us to outlive our purpose. Trust me, life without her is worse than... He chokes on it. He can't describe it. At the edge of sight, Mara watches him with all the heartbroken concern and tender care he has always wanted from her. That evening, he surrenders himself to the Reef. Free, Part 2. They take him in with a full strike team, and one of the snipers, joining Uldren and his jailers at the extraction point, looks him full in the eyes, like he's asking a question. A tall man with a long rifle, narrow, intelligent eyes, handsome. Did Uldren want something from him once? Something important? Uldren absently rubs his eyes as he stares at him. He frowns. He can't figure it out. They take him to a discreet landing dock on one of the lower levels of the Prison of Elders. When his containment unit hisses open, the glow and the mist silhouette an Exo with glowing blue eyes and a woman with her weapon drawn. Petra herself. She stands there in silence. He knows she wants to kill him. He knows she wishes him to say, "You've done well." She speaks to you. Her words are curt and direct. What does she say? Uldren closes his eyes and lets Mara's voice wash through him. He is here in the heart of Petra's strength, in the prison she has so carefully tended as everything else falls apart. He is weak and he is bound. These are the strengths his sister never possessed. The endurance of humiliation, the survival of defeat. She says. He lifts his head to meet her gaze and watches her flinch. She holds him in her weapon's sight as she withdraws, step by careful step. The Exo steps forward to hood him with a black bag. She says, "Free me." Two cells. Petra called for not one, but 2 cells. Variks finished his ether, considering. Perhaps Cayde had finally found Fikrul, and for that, Variks would need every drop of strength he could muster. His strides were long and slow as he allowed the ether to course through him, his posture growing taller and more commanding with each step. At the top of the Max Sec wing, his hands flew over the controls. He prepared 2 empty cells and ordered extraction servitors into place, all the while reveling in the thought of the judgment of Fikrul. Finished, he stepped back and waited. Snarling, yelling, the prisoners entered the wing. One, an Elixni, Petra shoved hard into one of the 2 cryocells. The Fallen landed, weak, and Petra sealed the cell door. Variks was all too pleased to see the hulking, disgraced Fikrul, the lifeline of the scorned barons, his once trusted co-conspirator and great betrayer, seething as the extraction servitors whirred to life, sapping the heretical archon of his precious ether. Variks and Fikrul looked deep into one another's eyes, centuries of history passing between them in the space of a heartbeat. Fikrul laughed. Unnerved, Varric stepped away as Cayde dragged a ragged humanoid figure, head bagged, face unseen. Cayde unceremoniously tore off the hood and tossed the humanoid, an Awoken man, into the open cell. "And stay there," Cayde said. His joke fell flat. On hands and knees, the stranger looked up at his captors to reveal a familiar mess of crow-black hair, blue skin, and piercing yellow eyes. Varric's? It was the face of Uldren Sov, brother to the Queen, Prince of the Awoken, and heir to the Reef. Reacquaintance. Your Grace. Varric couldn't help but use the title, like a reflex. As he looked into the prince's eyes, he saw a fleeting shadow of darkness dance across their normal ethereal golden glow. Varric looked back to Petra. "Petra Bench, I do not understand." "I know. It's... something's wrong with him, Varric. He's mad. Lock him down. Lock down the entire cell block. No one in but you or me. Speak of this to no one. As far as the system is concerned, Uldren Sov died over Saturn." Varric looked to Cayde for answers, but the XO just threw up his hands in defense. "Don't look at me. Prince Whinyface and Fikrul were thick as thieves when we found them. All I could do not to shoot either of them." Petra nodded toward the now royal cell, and Varric, with only a hint of hesitation, sealed the hatch, locking Prince Uldren in. "Now, Varric," Cayde said, smooth as ever, "you let me know if Fikrul here ever comes up to the arena. He and I have a conversation to finish." Of course. Varric noticed Petra's gaze lingered a little too long on the prince's cell. He could see she was troubled, even ashamed. Petra saw him watching and composed herself, back straight, all wrath. She met his eyes. He could see her trouble, her shame. "Varric, my friend." Was that tenderness Varric heard in Petra's voice? "He is changed." His eyes... She stopped herself, reset. "If he speaks, don't listen. He speaks lies. Terrible lies." And with that, she walked away, Cayde close behind. The doors to the cell block slammed shut behind them. Varric stood there for a long, long time. For the first time in his life, he didn't know what the next step should be. Petra Venj and Uldren Sov had long admired one another. There was an easiness about them when they were together, and a deep, if unspoken, affection. When the two of them joined forces in the field of battle, they were quick, effective, and dangerous. Theirs was a dance of death, and woe to the foe who met them in open combat. Varric wondered for what crimes Petra would have Uldren judged. As he reopened the prince's cell, he wondered if Petra would have Varric himself judged. Varric knelt before Uldren. "We thought you dead, but you are in my care now, yes?" His arms carefully brushed at the Awoken man, probing but gentle. Uldren blinked and looked toward him. Or rather, his golden eyes looked beyond him. Varric looked over his shoulder just to check. Of course, no one was there. "Sister," Uldren croaked through dried, cracked lips. "What's to become of us now?" Revolution. The explosion of servitors snapped Variks away from the pull of the prince's words. He tried to move quickly, but one of his toes caught awkwardly on the grated catwalk, and he stumbled to the floor. He lifted his head to see the extraction servitors lying shattered and lifeless. Hissing as ether evaporate wafted into the air. Variks rose, moving cautiously, slowly, uncertain who or what might be loose. He checked every seal of Fikrul's cell, then gathered enough courage to peer into the porthole. Fikrul was unaffected. If anything, he looked stronger than he did before. He stood there, glaring, a devilish grin plastered across his face.
Does it find my ether bitter?
He growled. Indeed, Variks could see that something was wrong with this ether. It was darker, tainted with something he could not identify. He tightened the seals of his mask as he examined the servitors' remains, fearing whatever they pulled from Fikrul could be toxic. He moved through the fog-like gas as if it was water. It didn't dissipate like traditional ether. It lingered, heavy and opaque. Variks stepped back up to Fikrul's cell, activated the transmission mic.
Fikrul, Asali Akisorix, he seethed, using the high speak of judgment, hoping that Fikrul might still respect the oldest law. Ah, Variks, you cling to judgment like rain clung to lies.
Fikrul spat his words the way the houseless would.
You are houseless. You are filth. Is this what you've done with Calix? Served the last prime to the Taken? Is that the blood you now breathe? Ha! You still believe I have Calix? Fool. Calix abandoned us. But my ether. It's true. Fikrul is no longer enslaved to the machine's ether. By the grace of the Awoken Father, I have evolved.
Variks looked back to the prince's cell, still open. The Awoken Father. Variks ambled back to the prince. With each step he heard more clearly. He saw Uldren sitting up now, nodding, listening, peering into the shadows at something unseen. If ever there was a picture of malevolent insanity, this was it. The prince spoke. Yes, sister, I see it now. The army of the reviled that you promised me. The Spark. Variks, ever the loyal, did as Petra commanded. Access to the lowest cell block was reserved strictly to the Warden and the Regent Commander. Unfortunately, this meant that every menial operational task was left to him. Meal distribution, waste disposal. Between the 8 barons and the Awoken Prince, his new chores left him little time for judgment. Thrice per day he visited the block, and thrice per day he had to manufacture excuses to the local Corsair detachment for why the lowest level of the prison was now off limits. Rumours swirled. It was not unknown that Petra and Cayde 6 had smuggled some unknown high-value prisoner, a humanoid prisoner no less, a first for the prison of elders if the rumours were true. But Variks assured anyone with the gumption to ask that his judgment of the scorned barons was a sensitive process to be conducted in private. Petra herself did not help extinguish the scuttle. he was less than adept at the art of secrecy, and everyone knew it. She responded to any bold queries with a stern, "It is none of your concern," which itself was tantamount to a validation that some version of the rumors was true. If only she'd found joy in her Techian training. If only she'd learned more from the Queen. Each time Variks performed his rounds, he asked himself what loyalty, if any, he owed to the Prince. And each time, he stopped short when he bore witness to the Prince's ramblings. Today was no different. There Uldren sat, elbows atop knees, staring into the same dark corner of the cell, face concealed by his long black hair, seemingly communing with nothing. "I see now. Yes, that's good, so good." More listening, more nodding. "Then that's what we shall do. And look, sister, he is already here." Uldren fell into silence, visibly relaxing. After a moment, he looked back over his shoulder and through the portal to meet Variks' eyes. "Your Grace," Variks burbled. "Variks the Loyal," Uldren smirked. "Variks the Spark. Did you have something to say to me? Or are you content to play the spying crow?" And there it was again, that fleeting pass of inky darkness that momentarily snuffs the glow of Uldren's eyes. So Variks said nothing. Whether frozen in terror, or simply at a loss for words, he could not say. Uldren leaned in, placed a finger against his lips, and spoke low. "I have a secret for you, Variks. I know you want to hear it." Variks answered with a single, drawn-out, and ever so slight nod. "Your Kell lives," Uldren whispered. He leaned in a little closer and asked the one question Variks had never been able to answer. "Do you know where your true loyalty lies, Variks?" Uldren didn't wait for a response. His eyes almost immediately darted over his shoulder, toward the shadowy corner that has become his obsession. "Of course we can trust him, dear sister. He is the most loyal." Chain of Souls. Variks admired his masterpiece, the improvised servitor chain that would finally reveal the secrets of his fanatical former friend. Unfortunately, Fikrul refused to talk of the past, would speak only of the future, or of Uldren, his awoken father, who snatched him from the edge of death and awakened within him a power never before seen in the Elixir. A power over death itself. A power to remake their people and thrive in a universe of light and dark that had both forsaken them and left them scorned. Variks knew these feelings all too well. It was here, in the deepest catacombs of the Prison of the Elders, where he thrived, where he worked to rebuild the Elixir. This was his home now, this workspace where he was free to explore the potential of the prison's inmates for future leverage. The emerald marrow worm food of the Hive, the prismatic viruses of the Vex, Scion Flayer wavelengths. Each of these secrets had been wrested free within these dank halls, traded among his networks for more secrets, or harnessed into weapons for the Awoken. But the secrets of Fikrul's mutation eluded him. The power within was obvious. Scattered about the floor was the evidence of its potency, as well as too many nights of failure, wrecked sentry servitors, dozens of deflated dregs, all pulled from the upper cell blocks to act as his assistants. Whatever this cold, unnatural cocktail was that coursed through Fikrul, it could not be transferred or ingested like the ether his people needed to sustain their wretched lives. Variks was all too ready to give up, send Fikrul into the arena to face Cayde 6, and put an end to the legacy of the Scorned Barons. Until one day, during Variks' rounds, Uldren spoke to him unprompted. There was a lucidity in the discarded prince's eyes, a clarity that didn't exist even before he disappeared over Saturn's rings. Uldren gave Variks a fresh perspective. And so, the chain. It was a dangerous gamble, mingling Fikrul's polluted lifeblood with traditional ether. These servitors held 70% of Variks' own ether reserves. If this failed, well, it wouldn't be the first time Variks had risked everything and lost. Variks pulled the lever. The hum of the servitor chain crescendoed, but all he heard was the lingering echo of Uldren's poisonous question. Do you know where your true loyalty lies, Variks? But if it worked, perhaps Fikrul could be cured. Perhaps, if what Variks suspected was true, and Fikrul's corruption was related to the prince's affliction, Uldren could be cured too. Variks had said as much to Petra, but she'd refused to listen. You will not experiment on the prince. Our prince is ill. To keep him here, hide him from Awoken eyes. Not right. Not right. I've made my decision, Variks. Variks' fingers flexed. Petra, the loyal, he sneered. Perhaps the murmurs of Kamala Real are true, yes? Petra glowered. I will handle Uldren. You will not touch him. She turned sharply on her heel and strode out. Variks hadn't seen her since. He devoted all his time to the servitor chain and to his private thoughts. Where loyalty lies. Variks' experiment succeeded, but not how he expected. Ingestion of the etheric concoction still resulted in fallen death. It was not, by any means, a life-sustaining substance. It was, however, a life-giving substance. Though the dark ether lingered like a heavy fog, it also seemed to reach out toward empty vessels. In this case, it found the dead dregs that littered his floor. It slipped inside the corpses like a slow inhalation, inflating them, stretching them to the point of boils and bursting, pulling them to their feet. The dark ether gave these lifeless dregs new life. They seethed. Their breathing was steady, but hard and fast. They rumbled as if volcanoes lived inside their chests. A black fire rose from their skin as they burned this dark ether like a jet engine burns its fuel. What Variks really saw before him was hate-fueled rage incarnate and the beginning of another whirlwind. They were no longer just fallen. Fikrul called them his scorn. Behind him, Fikrul laughed and laughed and laughed until he abruptly stopped. At that exact moment, the scorn dropped to the floor, dead once more.
your scribes, your Kells, your houses. They will all soon be forgotten, like the elders and the Scathe before them.
Fikrul growled in Variks's precious high speak of judgment. This drew Variks closer, face to face through the cell's portal. Fikrul turned his ear upward, listening, brought his attention back to Variks.
Father says.
The pause hung heavy in the air.
Father says, you know where your true loyalty lies.
The Fanatic stepped back from the portal and waited. Loyalty. True loyalty. He expected a memory of Mara to appear in his mind, but instead, he found himself thinking about the prophecies of House Rain. Kell of Kells. Days later, Variks performed his duties for the last time. He visited Central Control, ran a test sim on the security systems, made some adjustments based on the results, revised and signed off on the daily roster rotations. Finally, he had a private conversation with the prison's sole remaining High Servitor. The Prison of Elders would not go without a warden. He did not speak to Petra. By the end of that day, the Prison of Elders descended into chaos. Your time will come, Variks. Uldren sits in his favorite spot, gazing in his favorite direction. She told me so. She has but one last wish of you. No, Your Grace. Variks's voice was gravelly with emotion. It is I who has one last service for you. Variks left before he could change his mind. A klaxon blared. The voice of the prison's High Servitor echoed over the loudspeakers. In Variks's voice, security systems malfunction. Emergency shutdown and reboot commencing. The place dropped momentarily into darkness, but emergency lighting quickly illuminated the cell block. All around him, alarms sounded, warning lights flashed, pneumatics hissed, and cryogenic fluids evaporated to fog as the cryocells lining this cell block began to open. Variks moved as quickly as he could toward the exit, not bothering to look back, for he knew what he'd see. The scorned barons and Prince Uldren were free, as was every single resident of the Prison of Elders. Variks slipped out under cover of prison anarchy through the same secret passage in which Petra and Cayde had smuggled Prince Uldren. There, a ship waited, loaded with the prison's ether stores. As he walked, he made 2 recordings to be sent out by the prison's relays once he was away. For the first, he disabled his voice synth and began, in the deep resonance of high speak, to give commands. He didn't know how many would answer Judgment's call, but he had to try. For the second, he turned his voice synth back on. They call me betrayer. I who was most loyal. They do not think I hear the words. Bug. Insect. He paused. Fallen. Up, long strides, fast now, along the ramp into the ship. Toward the bridge, a vandal in wolf colours saluted him as he passed. I hear the words. House of Judgment always hears. No choice. To keep the houses together. He paused again as he reached the bridge of his ship. Judgment always hears. The great machine stood in judgment. Elixni fell to fighting, fell to hate. Emotion caught in his voice. Cannot stomach this hate. As he spoke, the ship's engines rumbled to life. On the screens, Varix could see explosions resonating through the prison, his former charges running rampant. His ship passed through the base barrier and began to move on. Nowhere else to go. No one else to be here. He drew himself up to his full height. And so I become Varix the Kell, House Judgment Envoy to the Elixni people. No choice, he repeated, chuckling deep in his throat. His voice was calm. Elixni must rise. Yeah? Cayde 6 and the Guardian transmat in from their ships and walk up to Petra Venge.
Petra Venge. Thanks for the invite. What you packing for this party?
The usual.
Petra unsheathes her dagger.
Ooh, do the thing! Seriously, watch this.
Petra levitates her dagger.
Ugh, that'll never not freak me out. Do it again.
Later. Maybe. Right now, Gen Pop is running wild. Fortunately, the main arena and lower levels remain on lockdown. But if the core security systems fail, containment is going to be a problem.
Just another day at the office. All right, partner, this is a Cayde riff in 6. Watch me for the changes and try to keep up. Now let's go to prison!
Cayde 6 jumps off the catwalk.
Got you! Got you! Got you!
Oh, these guys really want to dance.
This riot has to end here. If these killers get out, the Reef will be overrun.
So we split up and take them out. And a 1, 2, 3.
The Guardian fights rioting Cabal and Fallen. A wall explodes.
Whoa! Who's blowing stuff up without me?
I'm gonna get eyes on that explosion. You two join me when you can.
On our way, Petra.
The faster the better. That blast knocked a few more cell blocks open.
The Guardian catches up with Petra as she finishes off an escaped Cabal prisoner.
I love field work. That explosion took out security on the lower decks. I'll check the high-value prisoners down there. You and Cayde head to the security hub. Get security back online.
Okay, pal, this crowd isn't gonna just let us stroll into the security hub. I'll go high, you go low.
The Guardian fight through more prisoners.
We're approaching the security hub now, Petra.
Copy that. Everything's gone dark down here, so I'm stuck taking the long way to Supermax.
Cayde jumps onto a Cabal.
Look out below!
The Cabal and Cayde start to fall off the catwalk.
Whoa, whoa, this was not part of the plan!
Cayde!
Cayde appears holding onto a shank.
That's that! Definitely the plan. Meet you at the security hub. Go left. Left! Your other left!
This is the security hub. Better clear the area before going in.
This says we need warden-level clearance to open the door. Cayde.
I got you. Stand by for promotion. Oh, you missed a truly masterful performance. All that's left is the coup de grace.
Cayde throws the switch, but all the lights turn red and warning alarms sound.
What's happening to the floor? Ah, these hive are gunking up the works. Get them out of here, will you? Hive gunk scrub. Now it's your turn.
Remember to purge the buffers.
Sure, got it. One question? How do I do that?
Press the red button.
They're all red!
Then press all of them.
Cayde presses all the buttons, and the panel lights up green.
I can't believe that worked. I am amazing at this. Scratch that. It did not work. Don't worry, we got this. Do your thing.
Cayde starts resetting the computer, and the Guardian cleans out more hive gunk.
Booting it up. For real, this time.
He throws the switch, but nothing happens.
Come on, come on!
Cayde shoots a switch, and the system boots up.
And stay down! Tech support with extreme prejudice. Well, everything's where it's supposed to be, but now it's asking me for some kind of secondary activation? Should be a terminal you can use out on the catwalks. I'll cover you from here, once I figure out how to turn the turrets on. By the way, you and me, good team. Let me get that door for you.
The Guardian heads for the terminal.
Oh, the turrets have a manual mode. Interesting. Hey, buddy, what do you think of my new guns? You still with us, Petra? We're gonna clear you a path to Supermax real soon.
Copy that. I've hit a locked door. Any updates for me?
Bringing the security system online.
You in the green now, PV?
Yes, accessing the lower levels now. Just gotta check on a couple of things. And then we can call it a day.
So long as you're the one buying.
Cayde walks out of the security hub.
Looks like we're all done and dusted here, kiddos. Ramen's on me.
Lights turn on throughout the prison, and the camera pans to Petra on the lower floors.
Looking pretty good down here. Just gotta check one last thing.
Petra opens Supermax. She draws her weapon and flashlight and cautiously surveys the interior. The cells are all open and empty.
No, 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 no! Cayde, he's gone! This isn't a prison riot. It's a prison break!
The airlock on Deck 0. It's the only way out this far down. They're going to escape!
Not if I get there first.
Cayde climbs the outside of the security hub. He draws Ace of Spades and takes aim at the central pillar holding the hub up. Petra hears distant gunshots.
Cayde?
Petra watches the security hub fall past her, with Cayde riding it, waving at her. It falls to Deck 0 and explodes. Cayde's ghost, Sundance, revives him.
Never felt better. You see that, Petra? Petra? Guardian? Must have knocked out the comm relays with that spectacular landing.
The Barons appear.
And
And cue the ominous music. Okay, everybody. Back in your cages. I said, back in your cages!
Cayde fights off endless waves of Scorn. He's fan-firing Ace of Spades, blowing up explosive barrels. He at one point retreats to higher ground and uses a trip mine, but he eventually runs into a Scorn who hurls him to the ground.
Yeah, that hurt.
Cayde continues to fight, but is being overwhelmed. He summons his golden gun, only to be knocked out of it in midair. One of the Barons, the Rifleman, moves to higher ground and starts to take aim. Meanwhile, Cayde uses a blade barrage to push back the Scorn.
That's it. Now I'm pissed.
A Scorn leaps at Cayde. He kills it with his horn, but is visibly weakened.
Oh, is that really all you got? Help me out here, little buddy.
Cayde summons his ghost, but she gets shot by the Rifleman. A shockwave of light is released, and Cayde stoically stands back up to face the Barons.
I'm coming home, Ace.
The Barons approach. One, the Hangman, drags a huge burning mace and attacks Cayde, blasting him through a wall. The Ace of Spades gets thrown onto the floor.
Cayde? Petra? What's happening down there? Come in, Cayde. Hey, welcome back. We fell at least 20 stories down, and I can't reach Cayde. Or Petra.
The Guardian enters a cell block in search of a route down, but finds empty cells.
Ether trails. Look out for escaped Fallen. But this ether is wrong, somehow. Something's loose, and it's close.
The Guardian fights corrupted Ravagers.
These things, they used to be Fallen. The Fallen didn't just become this. Someone did this to them. Detecting activity below us, but I still can't get anyone on comms. The lower we go, the more corrupted ether we see. It's fused shut. We need another way.
The Guardian navigates air ducts to find a way down when they are hit with a wave of light.
No. Cayde's ghost. She's dead. Without his ghost, Cayde dies. We've got to find him.
Cayde 6 groans and coughs as Uldren approaches, holding the Ace of Spades.
Well, this is awkward. You got a gun I can borrow?
No. But I do have a bullet with your name on it.
Any second now, my partner is gonna roll in here and kill every last one of you. And you, my man.
This is going to hurt. A lot. Any last words?
How's your sister?
The Guardian comes upon Uldren and his barons in Cayde 6.
He didn't feel a thing.
Uldren escapes, and the Guardian rushes over to Cayde, who is dying.
How's my hair? Speechless. Typical.
Oh no. There's nothing I can... I'm sorry.
Listen, kid. This ain't on you. This is what I get for playing nice. You tell Savin and Ikora, the Vanguard, is the best bet I ever lost.
The light fades from Cayde's eyes. Petra runs in. Zavala, Ikora, and the Guardian stand over the body of Cayde beneath a burial shroud.
He had the worst jokes. Even worse timing. I wanted to laugh. I really did. We should have been there. This is not your fault. This is on the head of Uldren Zav. But if he thinks what he's done is the end, it's not. It's the beginning. We're going to fight him. Do you hear me? All of us. Every Titan, every Warlock, every Hunter. We will take the Reef by storm. And then, we will mount the head of that son of a bitch on his precious throne. For our fire team. For Cayde.
No.
What did you say?
We are not an army. We are not conquerors. We are guardians. We need to keep our eyes here. On our home, our people, the Traveler. The Reef was lost the moment it lost its queen. So if another Sav wants a stretch of lifeless rocks, let him have it.
This is Cayde we're talking about. For us to do nothing is...
Say it.
Cowardice.
refuse to bury any more friends.
You won't have to. Uldren Sov is mine.
Memory ain't so good these days. But Cayde. Never forget Cayde. Hunter through and through. Left all his worldly possessions to whoever finally took him down. Don't know about you, but I'd rather lose every last memory in my head than know that little prince holds Cayde's prized cannon. The Ace of Spades. You gotta promise me. Put Uldren in the ground and get the Ace of Spades back. If anyone should have the ace, it's you.
I thought you'd be gone by now. I would attempt to dissuade you from your course, but it would only insult us both. As it stands, we've got every available Guardian dealing with escapees from the Prison of Elders. It's still not enough. If you go to war with the Reef, it's a war you will have to fight alone. The Vanguard cannot help you.
On the edge of the Reef lies a wasteland called the Tangled Shore. That's where you'll find Uldren. I won't stop you from going. As for Zavala, he would cling to the broken pieces of the future he imagined until they crumble in his hand. He hasn't seen what I've seen. Ever since the Traveler woke, it's been speaking to me. Visions of crowns, roses, silver trees, candles that turn into bonfires. And I'm not the only one. If you see something new, don't be afraid to pursue it. I wish I could help you more. But the city needs a unified vanguard. Or at least the illusion of one. And this is your road now.
King's Wrath. Dinner twists the emergency transponder until the circuit closes, and for the second time in her life, she feels the crackle of the beacon as it burns itself out, blasting its life into a single radio howl. It means that the Queen's throne room is about to fall. Done, she tells her second. Let's not count on reinforcements. Not our reinforcements, at least. Pods are still coming in from the prison, crashing all over the Vestian outpost. The throne isn't a tactical target. Do you think they'll bypass us? Not a chance, Dinner says grimly. Not the littlest chance. The Queen's Guard has, technically, never been defeated in battle. Pride dismisses the House of Wolves' backstab as an act of treachery, not military might. But once more, the fallen are loose in the Reef. And if there is no treachery involved, Dinner will eat dirt and call it hummus. This reminds her too much of that awful day. So when the voice comes through the door, she calls, "Hold, hold!" Paladin Dinner, the Prince of the Awoken calls. You know that's my throne you're guarding, don't you? May I come in? You're not alone, she shouts back. I have my retinue with me. A few of Dinner's people lower their weapons. Weapons up, she snaps. We can't trust him to... Royal override slither through the throne room's networks, the doors open, and a dazzling barrage of flashbangs plays the royal welcome. Dinah stares straight into it, weapon aimed, eyes open, trusting her helmet to buffer her sight, and waiting for the first blue flash of fallen weapons. Prince Uldren Sov saunters in like the belle of the ball, his cocked revolver aimed at the ceiling. "At ease," he says, with a little swish of his cloak, and everyone, Dinah included, responds. Just a moment's weakness, just the subtlest flicker of deference. Because he is the prince, and it feels so right to have royalty in this throne room again. Fingers off triggers, weapons skewed a few degrees off target. The impulse is so strong because it jives with Dinah's discipline, which has already stepped in to crush the immediate instinct to blow Uldren away. Something's wrong. Something's off. Baseline humans can react to a visual stimulus in less than 200 milliseconds. Awoken, less than 100. But there is a phenomenon Dinah and every other Royal Guard knows well. A trick of the mind called attentional blink. You are waiting for something to appear. A hostile, a gunshot, a loud noise. When it does appear, your attention blinks. You cannot detect a second event, even if it comes just after the first. So it is with the blue flash of arc rifle fire behind Uldren's cloak. It could go differently still, but there is no one in this room who can easily sight in and fire on their prince. And he has no such reciprocal inhibition. The Reef. Uldren Sov is shown sitting on the throne once occupied by Mara. He holds the Ace of Spades.
Yes, I am humbled by your gracious acceptance. Mara Sov, my sister, your queen, may be gone. But she is with us now, and always. As for you, my friends, my barons, you embraced me when I was cast out. And for that, I gift to you the bounty of the Tangled Shore. Go, unleash upon the fallen chaos.
By your grace, Father.
The barons exit the throne room.
You would be proud. The Reefborn's love for their queen remains undiminished.
Mara appears next to Uldren.
Love is fleeting, but devotion, now that is forever. Not one of them has ever shown more strength of devotion than you, my dear brother. The Awoken cannot be trusted. You and I know that better than anyone. Together, we can bestow upon our people the fortune they so richly deserve. Extinction.
Uldren picks up a torch. Uldren tosses the torch to the floor, engulfing the throne room in flames.
Come, brother. Let us see what dreams may come.
Tangled Shore. A lawless frontier of outlaws, scavengers, pirates. Murderers like Uldren and his Fallen would fit right in. We need to search the shore. From the Fallen camps in Quitter's Well to that ancient Awoken watchtower on the horizon. Leave no stone unturned. Uldren can't hide from us.
Ikora told us Cayde's killers are skulking about the Tangled Shore. It's not much of a lead, but it's all we've got. Let's get to searching. Uldren and his gang of Fallen can't hide from us.
The Guardian searches the Tangled Shore for Uldren and the Barons.
I've marked a suspicious energy signature on your display. Might be worth checking out.
The Guardian finds a terminal, and Ghost hacks it. A wall nearby disappears, revealing the entrance to a tunnel.
Huh. Well, that's gotta be something.
This is some kind of smuggler's tunnel.
The Guardian defeats the Scorn they encounter and continue through the tunnel, eventually finding their way outside. The Fanatic and the other Barons appear on a nearby ridge.
Those were the creatures we fought in the Prison of Elders. They're spreading. There, on the ridge.
Perhaps you will give my children a better fight than your friend Cayde.
The Barons disappear, and the Guardian defeats the ambushing Scorn.
Someone's hacking our comms.
You're late. Here I was thinking I'd be hunting Uldren alone.
Petra Revenge.
We need to talk. Face to face. I'm on my way to see an old acquaintance. Word is, he wants Uldren and his barons dead as much as we do. Problem is, the feeling is mutual. So my acquaintance is laying low in a hidden bunker. If we want him to open the door, we can't leave any witnesses. Clear the area. I'm sending you some backup. Please, don't shoot the backup.
The Guardian meets up with two Fallen, Ara and Avrok, Spider's associates.
Our backup, our Fallen.
Oh, did I forget to mention that?
Not that I'm complaining, but why are Fallen fighting against other Fallen?
The Scorn aren't fallen. Not anymore. The Baron's leader, the Fanatic, has the power to resurrect dead Fallen as frenzied, bloodthirsty puppets, and he believes Uldren gave him that power.
So Uldren and the Barons murder Cayde and then come here. What's so special about the Tangled Shore?
That's not my secret to tell, Guardian. It's the Reefs. I'll say this. Uldren sent the Barons here for a reason. I just need to confirm my suspicions.
All clear out here, Petra.
Great. Now get over here.
Shine your shoes, Guardian. You're about to meet the Spider.
The Guardian and Petra Revenge enter the Spider's lair.
Well, if it isn't Petra Revenge, the worst jailer in the solar system. What brings you to my home away from home? Away from home. On the run, are we?
I heard you lost the shore.
You lost my shore.
Thought you might want some help getting it back.
A guardian? And where, oh where? Pray tell, is its ghost?
Never mind the ghost. There were 2 Guardians at the Prison of Elders when it fell. Cayde 6, and this one. The 3 of us want the same thing, Spider. Uldren and his barons. Dead.
Oh, what is your... Oh, I see. Despite our clear, mutually aligned interests, I'm sorry. But I can't help but feel like it is I who will come up short.
Petra begins to reach for her knife.
It's true. I know where Uldren and his Baron scheme. You go, scratch your itch, then we can just say, you owe me. Do we have a deal?
She removes her hand from her knife's hilt.
Deal.
I'm sorry about Cayde. He didn't deserve to... And my people are in ruins. Those who knelt to Uldren he slaughtered. The rest have scattered. But it's not too late for revenge. Here. This bow is for you. Straight from the Vestian armory. Let's go set things right.
Forsaken Campaign. During the course of the Forsaken Campaign, the Guardian tracks down and kills all the Scorned Barons they can find, until only Uldren and 2 remain.
Look at you. If our prodigal prince is not yet afraid of you, he should be. 6 down, yet the strongest 3 remain. Of the prince and his pet Fanatic, reports are few. However, your bloodbath has forced the machinist out of hiding. Moreover, I hear she's amassing great quantities of corrupted ether to grow the Fanatic's depraved armies. When you pay the machinist a visit, I urge you to destroy any and all caches of their vile ambrosia. And by the way, death suits you.
Whilst the Guardian is busy putting an end to the Machinist, Uldren is shown walking through the dark forest in the European Dead Zone, a location where a shard of the Traveler, broken off during the collapse, can be found. Uldren walks through the dark forest. He encounters a group of dregs who bow to him. Uldren walks toward the Shard of the Traveler. Mara appears behind him.
Be brave.
Uldren shoots the Shard of the Traveler, exposing a small glowing shard.
Now take it.
Uldren picks up the small splinter. A bullet narrowly misses Uldren. Petra is shown, hiding nearby with a sniper rifle. Petra runs away. The group of dregs chase after her. Meanwhile, the Guardian fights against the Machinist. The Baron is defeated.
I bought them.
Time. The scorn. The barons. Stand together. Forever.
7 down, 1 to go. Then Uldren. It's almost over. It's almost over.
Guardian, I know where Uldren is headed. It's time to end this.
After returning to the Spider's safe house, the Guardian speaks to Petra and the Spider.
After the war, everyone in the Reef mourned our queen and our prince, except me. I didn't believe they had died. I couldn't. But then, Uldren returned. He told me he could hear the queen's voice in his head. That's when I knew he was changed. I could have prevented all of this. But instead, I hid him away in the prison of elders. And now, Cayde is dead. The Reef is in ruins. And I've confirmed that Uldren is on his way to the Watchtower. It's now or never.
So that royal runt, Uldren, wants into the Watchtower. I always wondered what secrets and treasures the Awoken stashed in that airsat spire. But my friendship with Queen Mara, while she lived, stayed my hand. Well, that and a locked door. Thus, I am honor-bound to send a selection of my finest to help you find that ever-elusive closure. I must say, I cannot wait to see how this ends.
Nothing left to say. Uldren is shown standing in front of a barrier. The Fanatic enters the room and places a large chest on the ground.
This is as far as you go.
Please, for you I go instead. Oh no, darkness lives here. Death, you are not of ether. Can't bring you back.
All the same.
Yes, Father. We ever serve and await return.
Go. Inspire. And avenge your murdered friends.
The Fanatic leaves. Uldren turns towards the chest. Mara appears.
There's no more room for fear, dear brother.
I'm not afraid.
Of course not.
Uldren opens the chest and picks up the Shard of the Traveler.
Oh, Uldren, you have sacrificed like no other. You looked into an abyss, bowed to false kings, and suffered uncountable betrayals. You were humiliated, imprisoned, manipulated, taken, and still you gave up everything because you love.
He walks towards Mara, who is floating in front of the barrier.
Please, brother, will you walk through hell for me one last time?
Yes.
Good. Then let us finish this. Even paradise is a prison when you can't leave. Free us.
Uldren walks through the barrier.
You know what's down there. The Watchtower. The Fanatic. Uldren. The end. Justice or revenge. Uldren deserves what's coming to him. But... Guardian, the why of what we're doing is as important as the what. I don't know what you're thinking. But remember that. Approaching the Watchtower on foot.
Approaching by air.
The Guardian defeats the Scorn on the path to the Watchtower with the help of Spider's associates. The Guardian arrives at the Watchtower when Fikrul, the Fanatic, appears.
You enjoyed killing them. That where you belong. Did it make you feel good?
The Guardian defeats Fikrul.
The Scorn are forever.
We did it. Only one name left. Uldren Sov.
It's time to end this. For Cayde. Guardian, no one has stood where you are since the Queen closed these doors. Yours are the first outsider eyes to ever see this place.
The Guardian enters the Watchtower.
Keep moving. I'll get to you as fast as I can.
As the Guardian heads further into the Watchtower, periodically, the voices of Mara and Uldren can be heard.
Open the door, brother. Open the door.
I can't. No.
The line between dimensional planes is thin here.
Obey me. Free me. Free me, oh brother mine.
No. Something's wrong.
The Guardian heads further into the Watchtower. The scene changes to show Uldren Sov with Mara standing behind him.
You've no idea how fortunate you are to be my chosen. You hold the flesh of a god in your hands. You are mere steps away from our salvation. Only light and dark together can unlock my way back into your world.
He walks toward the gateway.
That's it. Keep going. Free me!
Uldren presents the small shard, opening the gateway. The darkness that has been corrupting him is pulled from him and into the shard of light. Mara appears and floats down towards Uldren.
Mara.
Uldren. You brave, devoted, pathetic fool. Thank you.
He reaches out for Mara as she floats towards him. Uldren takes hold of Mara's arms and closes his eyes. What appeared to be Mara is revealed to be the voice of Riven. Riven's tentacles pull Uldren towards its mouth. Uldren opens his eyes and cries out when he sees what is holding him. Uldren drops the ace of spades in the struggle before being swallowed whole by Riven. The Guardian arrives and defeats the voice of Riven, releasing Uldren. The Guardian picks up the ace of spades and walks towards Uldren, who is struggling to crawl away.
Congratulations. You have my undivided attention. Now where's my sister?
She's not here, Uldren. And if she was, this would be a whole lot easier.
So, this is to be a reckoning.
Wait, not like this. Look at him. He's finished. Even with everything he's done, we can't just...
You have no idea what he's done! If Cayde was here, I know what he would do, Guardian. Do you?
Yes. What would the notorious Cayde 6 do? You have his gun. Seems you get the last word. Everything I did for her. Funny. The line between light and dark is so very thin. Do you know which side you're on?
The Guardian lowers their gun. Petra looks towards them. The Guardian raises their gun again. The scene fades to black, and a gunshot is heard. The Guardian returns to the tower and speaks to the Vanguard.
Do not think for a moment that I shed a tear over Uldren's death. In another life, I would have killed him myself. But we are Guardians. One life is nothing when weighed against the lives of an entire people on the very precipice of extinction. When you pursued vengeance into a foreign dominion, you put all of those lives at risk. The death of Uldren Sov will have its consequences. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but the day will come. I hope we will survive it.
I realized the other day, Cayde may have been my healthiest relationship. My hidden agents I must keep at a distance. Zavala and I rarely see eye to eye anymore. My ghost and I, it's complicated. And Osiris, you know that story. As for you, I have only ever been a supporting character in your story. But Cayde was just my friend. My ridiculous, funny, constant friend. If we don't fight for our friends, what are we fighting for? What I'm trying to say is, I'm proud of you. And thank you.
You did it. Ace is yours now. I'm glad. Cayde would be glad too. But Ace, oof. Ace is in rough shape. Ain't seen this kind of corrosion since can't remember. Anyhow, Cayde would have kept spare parts in his own personal loot stashes. Yours too now, by rights. Track him down, bring me the parts. We'll get this piece purring again.
The Guardian then returns to the Tangled shore and speaks to Petra and the spider.
The deed is done, but I can't rest. I want answers. I want to know how to protect my people from whatever horrors infect the other side of that gateway. And the prince must be laid to rest. I'm going through the watchtower to the Dreaming City. Take this talisman. It will grant you safe passage. Follow me when you can. There's no one else I'd rather have watching my back. And if anyone deserves answers, it's you.
Petra crossed through that gate alone and asked us to watch her back. That's what we're going to do. Now let's get up there and help our friend.
It's open. Let's go.
The Guardian returns to the watchtower and enters the gateway to join Petra in the Dreaming City.
Before she went to war, Queen Mara left me with 3 orders. Protect our people. Hide our secrets. Believe in the plan. I have protected. I have hidden. I have believed. Now I want answers. I want to know what drove Uldren to madness. I want to kill whatever evil has crept into the Dreaming City. And most of all, I want to see my queen again. I want to know that she lives.
Something pulled Uldren to the watchtower. Petra came here to find answers, and she asked you to watch her back. I'll be here to watch yours. Let's get to high ground and find her.
The Guardian heads uphill. Petra's ship appears as it flies past them.
There, Petra's ship. Follow her.
The Guardian follows Petra's ship and approaches an area with 3 women hovering in the air.
Those women look like the Queen's Techians.
Guardian is teleported to the Ascendant Plane by the women, but they fight their way out and return to the Dreaming City. The Guardian heads towards the rendezvous point with Petra.
Petra's ship. We're close.
Guardian, you made it. I know what happened to Uldren. I've seen the evil that we face. I have to tell the Queen or we are lost.
What happened to Uldren?
There is an immense creature at the heart of this place. But I cannot say more. The Queen must be the first to know. I'm sorry, my friends.
We understand. Where is everyone?
We evac just before the Taken War. Queen Mara ordered everything to be locked down. Then she and the Techians sealed off the watchtower, and Mara made a deal with the Spider. Protect it, and she would turn a blind eye to his businesses. No one was supposed to come back here until everything was safe. You're lucky to see this place, you know? It's sacred. Outsiders are forbidden.
And this place, this city.
The Awoken built hidden cities like this throughout the Reef. In some, we live and raise our children. In others, we build our weapons. We train our armies. Or we used to, when we had armies. Here in the Dreaming City, we learn from greater powers. We meditate. We transcend. This is our most sacred place.
I see. And this machine?
The Techians call it an oracle engine. They say Queen Mara used it to walk between realities. No one knew where she went, but they used the oracle to learn from her while she was gone. Mara has told me it's much more than that. Perhaps you and I will see. Someday.
You talk about her like she's alive. Uldren did too.
Uldren was not himself. He believed he heard her voice. I believe she lives.
Why?
She had a plan. She always had a plan. Queen Mara does not fail. But whatever it was that spoke to Uldren was not my queen. It was that thing. Did you see the Queen's Techians?
I'm not sure. We were attacked by 3 women while we were trying to find you.
That's them. Mara's most trusted advisors. Corrupted by the Taken. Those women raised me. If there's a way to save them, we must take it. We need to get this working. I must speak to the Queen. The fate of the Dreaming City is at stake.
Petra Revenge.
Mara, you're alive. I'm so... I mean, my queen.
And I see you brought the Guardian.
Yes. Forgive me, Your Grace. But I have news. Your brother, Prince Uldren, is...
Dead. I know.
Of course. His soul was corrupted by the Taken. He suffered from delusions, which I now believe were caused by...
Riven.
Yes, milady. She too has been taken. As have Kali, Shuro, and Sadia.
So many loved ones turned against us.
Tell me what to do, my lady. Please.
Assemble a team, Petra. Send them into the heart of the city. Kill that creature and extract its heart. I offer the riches of our realm as bounty. Open the gates and let the Guardians in. I must go. The battle rages on. If you have news, send it. I will answer as I am able. Stay strong, my Wrath. I believe in you.
You were right.
Yes. Mara Sov, Queen of the Awoken, lives. I'm going to get my ship. Meet me when you can. For generations, the Dreaming City housed one of the Awoken's most closely guarded secrets. She is known as Riven. Riven of 1,000 voices. The last known Ahamkara. She has been taken, and her death is your calling.
It is done. We will meet you on the other side.
I thought they'd never leave. You and I are not done. We're inseparable now. Through your actions, we forged an age-old bond between my kind and yours. One wish granted deserves another. And I cannot wait to show you what she asked for. Oh, murderer mine.
My queen commanded me to slay a beast. We could not do it alone, so I turned to the Guardians. 6 brave heroes came to destroy my people's greatest secret. Riven, the last known Ahamkara, a creature of immense power and cunning. The Guardians killed Riven and ripped out her heart. But Ahamkara transcend death. They can transform desire into reality, even when they are nothing but bone and dust. I should have known that Riven would grant one last wish. One last curse. Now the Dreaming City has been taken. I opened the gates. I ordered the attack. I should have known.
The Supremacy. He didn't recognize me at the end. Jolyon till the Rakis. Here's the thing, he says. No. Petra is trying to hide the hurt in her expression. Watching her is exhausting, so Jolyon keeps his eye pressed to his sniper scope. I thought you'd want to see it. Why? He's dead. He died a long time before you shot him. Or, if you didn't, Jolyon says as if Petra flinched. You helped the Guardian that did it. Jolyon, Petra starts. He holds up a hand. I'm not interested in your secrets. Then, quieter. Please. Silence falls over them as they lie side by side in a sniper's nest overlooking Rear Sylvia. Both belly down in the sand, clutching well-worn Supremacy rifles beneath their armpits. Petra takes a shot. A taken hive night seethes into nothingness. Finally, she gets up to go. Jolyon rolls onto his side, pushes himself half up, and calls after her. I still dream about the garden. She looks back. I've dreamed about it too, she says carefully. Not like I have. Jolyon licks his lips, trying to figure out if he has anything else to say. He finally decides that he doesn't, so he rolls back onto his belly to settle his cheek against the Supremacy rifle once more. That's all. I just wanted someone to know. Pulled pork. Nkechi 32 lies on the hull of her ship, skimming through gossip and salvage requisition lists on VanNet. Agu nestles in the magnificent feather ruff of her chest plate and looks out at the debris of the reef. Revanche, Crucible rules are garbage, blah blah blah. How does this have like 300 comments? She says, flicking to the next page. Where's the juicy stuff? Hey, it's pulled pork, Agu says, peeking up over one of Nkechi's tremendous pauldrons. She sits up right away, eyes lighting with interest. Really? Where? Pulled pork is the name they've given to a very sweet, very earnest ghost that has been looking for his guardian for about as long as they can remember. Pulled pork is not his real name, but it feels right, like calling Marasenna by her full name instead of just her forename. Agu directs Nkechi's attention out into the floating scrap. Sure enough, there he is. A tiny speck moving with meticulous patience across the surface of a blasted out fallen skiff. Let's go say hi, Nkechi decides, disabling her VanNet HUD. She climbs to her feet and begins a lazy zero-gravity parkour run, leaping and drifting from one hunk of scrap to another. Hey, buddy, she calls when they get close. What you doing? Pulled pork finishes up a scan of a floating piece of concrete and rebar, then turns toward them. I am looking for my guardian, he chirps. That's nice. You gonna find him in that rock? You never know, Miss Nkechi 32. Maybe my guardian is very small. Maybe, Nkechi agrees. But you might want to consider scanning the dead, bud. That shell's pretty snappy. Is it new? It's Reef purple, with a flower-like silhouette and silver detailing. Yes, it is. It was a gift. And thank you for your suggestion. I have considered it. I do often scan the dead. I also scan other things. I like to be thorough. Pulled pork bobs in place politely, almost bowing. Please, excuse me one moment. He turns to scan a piece of warped plasteel. They watch. Nkechi shakes her head. Oh, leave them alone. Agu whispers in her ear. If he goes through every bit of scrap in the reef, he'll find someone eventually. Sky knows there are plenty of bodies and body parts floating around here. Yeah, we said that when we found him on Mars, and that was before Twilight Gap, Nkechi replies. Well, with that in mind, let's check back on him in a couple months. Who knows? Maybe he'll get lucky and find the greatest guardian of all time. Shoot, you found the greatest guardian of all time. In the dreaming city, overlooking the watchtower, a ghost runs its eye over rocks and grass before it spots a distant pavilion. The ghost approaches to find a body, reverently laid to rest upon a stone altar, covered by a white burial shroud. The ghost runs its scanner over the body. It makes the decision to revive them. A new, awoken guardian sits up and gasps their first breath. Amnesia S2. For the last 3 weeks, the Guardian has been camping in a rusted-out shipping container, far off the main pathways that are always buzzing with sparrows. He stays out of the way of other Guardians, and if he can't do that, he keeps his helmet on. Always. All he has to his name is some beat-up gear, a ring, and a silk sheet. Those are the things he woke up with. He wears the ring on a chain and keeps the sheet as a comforting reminder of something he can't remember. Sometimes he wears it draped over his shoulder. The fabric is so fine that it makes him think about the place he must have come from before this life, and how much nicer it is than where he is now. He spends his days alone. Other Guardians are an unpredictable source of pain and confusion, and they see him the same way. Some react to him with outright hostility. Others are overcome by some personal and unexplained grief. He doesn't know why. That was the most painful lesson of being reborn. It's better to be alone. So he's always alone now, except for his ghost. One night, he sits with his head against his knees and listens to the distant snaps of gunfire. He hasn't seen anyone in about a week, but he can hear them. Somehow, that makes the loneliness worse, more potent. Did you know? His ghost says, bright but gentle. The purple glint of his shell reflects the half-light outside the crate. That, in the last city, they are celebrating. They call it the Dawning. It is a celebration of friendship, and hope, and warmth. The Guardian keeps his eyes closed and forces down his bitterness. The silence lingers between them, heavy and filled with unsaid things, until his ghost gently bumps his shoulder. To feel good, they say to each other, "Happy Dawning." Still, the Guardian says nothing, and his own silence makes him sick with himself. His ghost has never doubted him. Never doubted anyone, really. He is a well of relentless optimism. And as infuriating as that is, it's also heartbreaking and comforting and a relief. The Guardian is not going to be the one to disappoint him. There's been too much disappointment in this life already. Happy dawning, he says. Holdfast Bond. I used to hate his stupid pranks. Like this one time, back when we were still in Combat Academy together, he tried to dye my dark green uniform bright yellow, which was obviously never going to work. Jolyon swirls the ice cubes around in his glass, listening to their soft clinking. I put it on in the morning without noticing, wore the damn thing through a whole 22-hour rotation. By the end of the day, it had stained my skin, turned my whole body from blue to bright green. Maybe that was his plan all along, Jolyon says and chuckles. For a moment, the bartender can see the happy-go-lucky guy that might once have been. But that was typical of Uldren. Try something outrageous, only to fail more successfully than he ever intended. And just as quickly as it came, the grin fades, and he's just another traumatized soldier once again. He was never a bad person. Not until the end, anyway. He used to be funny, in a kind of irritating, charming way. Like he knew that whatever it was, he was going to get away with it. And he usually did. Right up until the Black Garden. That was the day he pushed his luck too far. I helped him do it. I helped turn my best friend into a monster. Jolyon taps the rim of his glass, and the bartender pours another. Yeah, I used to hate his stupid pranks. And his arrogance. But now that he's gone, that's the stuff I miss. A tangled web. Sparky and the Scrivener. The ghost hovered a few meters above the small campfire and tried, again, to explain the rules. The Lightbearer chewed on a bit of tough grey root. He had softened it over the fire, and its sour flavour had mellowed into something approaching black pepper. To his surprise, he found himself enjoying it. He interrupted his ghost. You've explained how it's supposed to work, and I have explained that I don't care, he said with playful finality. I don't like any of the names you've suggested, and either we both get new names, or neither of us do. The ghost flew down to eye level, where its shell appeared iridescent purple in the firelight. I have had several good names already, it replied. I enjoyed some of them quite a bit. The Lightbearer shook his head. You said I had a name before as well, but you won't tell me what it was. Can't, it corrected him. The Lightbearer fell silent. The ghost emitted a static sigh. Purely as a hypothetical exercise, it said carefully. What would you name me? You are a light in the darkness, the Lightbearer began, and paused. He stumbled over the sudden weight of his words. From the beginning, this little ghost had been the only thing keeping him going. It seemed every guardian he met had little interest in him except to hold him accountable for the unknown sins of his past. But this almost unbearably earnest ghost had mended him again and again. It nourished him with its encouragement and its inexplicable single-minded faith in him. It showed him compassion. Sometimes, when he writhed awake with a hot knot of nameless anxiety in his belly, the ghost would rest on his chest and hum to him until he fell back to sleep. the Lightbearer took a breath to regain his composure. And thus, I name thee Sparky. The ghost emitted a pained groan, contracted in the air, and fell to the ground where it lay face down in the leaf litter. The Lightbearer smiled. I'm sensing some reluctance, Sparky. The ghost gave the barest pulse and rolled itself over in the leaves. A tiny, lazy movement. It dimmed its light to a bare flicker. It's terrible, it said flatly. Picky, the Lightbearer sniffed. Very well. I can do better. The ghost warily resumed hovering. How do you feel about gleam? He asked. Flash, or maybe glint? Glint? A rainbow of colours played across the ghost's eye. This usually meant he was calculating complex enemy behaviour, determining combat outcomes, or mapping hundreds of bullets and their millions of possible trajectories. Oh, I like glint. The Lightbearer drew to his feet by the fire and bowed deeply. Then it is an honour to meet you, Master Glint. He reached out a finger and wiggled one of Glint's points in greeting. The absurdity of the gesture delighted the little ghost. And now that you have a name, said the Lightbearer, perhaps I will be more open to ideas as we search for mine. Glint dipped in the air, acknowledging his partner's progress. The pair smothered their fire earlier than usual that night. The next morning, a passerby saw Glint's Lightbearer without his helmet. The Titan beat him mercilessly with her flaming hammer, snapping his collarbone and crushing his pelvis. He died, hours later, of internal hemorrhage. Glint brought him back, and the pair travelled in silence for a long while. Identity. The ether pipes rattled their rhythmic beat as they greeted a new arrival in the spider's lair. He entered with hesitance. Gold eyes flitted around the room like a nervous animal. His clothes were those of a traitor. The white shawl of a funerary covering draped across shoulders that hunched downward as if a heavy burden rested on them. He was thin from hunger, broken by the cruelty of a face he did not recognize, but others reviled. Out of compassion, he was given a space to rest, a modicum of privacy amid the rattling pipes. The spider, with one hand at his mouth, perched so far forward on his throne that it dipped down toward the floor.
Nothing?
He asked one of his lieutenants, who offered a wordless shake of his head in response.
And you're sure this isn't just some...
Spider waved one hand in the air as if gesturing to his point.
Some clever ruse?
The silence that Spider was met with may as well have been a resounding affirmative.
Fascinating.
Spider grunted as he slid forward off of his throne. He landed on the floor with surprising grace, but when he walked, it was with an ambling gait. A feigned weakness. He dismissed his lieutenant with a flippant gesture and traipsed toward the nearby storage room. The pipes were quieter in there, but only just. Seated on the floor, wrapped in the tattered white cloth of his burial shroud, the man, once known as Prince Uldren Sov, looked up to the wide shadow Spider cast in the doorway. He rose to his feet, then bowed. Baron, he said mistakenly, unaware that Spider neither held no such title, nor led a great house. Spider's response was a smug laugh, though he tried to temper it behind smiling words.
You look like the underside of a dreg's boot,
Spider opined as he glided into the room with a silence that belied his stooped posture and uneven gait. His guest, a light bearer no less, turned to his ghost in a moment of uncertainty. "We've had better days," was the ghost's response. Spider restrained himself from criticizing the ghost for intruding on the conversation and pointedly ignored him.
My boys said they found you adrift in space, that your ship ran into some debris,
Spider said.
Awful generous of them to retrieve you.
The spider circled slowly, blue eyes glowing in the gloom of the dimly lit space. Up close, he carefully assessed the Lightbearer's posture, his expressions, and even something as intimate and subtle as his scent.
How long were you trapped up there, in the vacuum? Dying and being reborn, over and over again?
The Lightbearer slouched, and his gold eyes averted to the floor at the memory. Long enough to know what eternity feels like. Long enough to know that I'd never escape without. He looked up to Spider, to the glow of those ether-infused eyes. Without help.
That's me,
Spider said eagerly.
Very helpful indeed.
Now sure that the Lightbearer didn't recognize him, Spider ambled up close and took an assessing look at his new guest.
I don't think I caught your name,
he added. One final test. The Lightbearer didn't know how to answer. His ghost was silent too. I don't have one. It took all of Spider's energy not to burst out in gleeful laughter.
Well, that won't do,
Spider insisted as he laid a hand on the Lightbearer's shoulder.
That won't do at all. I won't have someone in my care.
And Spider was careful to emphasize that word.
Without a proper name.
With a sly tone, Spider moved in closer and suggested,
how about we try one out? Just for a little while. You and me.
His voice lowered, gravelly and hushed.
What do you think about Crow?
The Lightbearer's eyes showed no recognition. The Spider's shone with predatory intent. Just a kindness. The Warlock could handle the war beasts. The Cabal legionaries were slow enough that she could thin their numbers in the open. Even the massive Centurion wouldn't be an issue once it was alone. But there were 3 Scions up on the ridge with their rifles trained on her position, and if she moved from behind her boulder, she was finished. Druis knelt in the coarse red sand and cursed under her breath. She hadn't expected this much opposition, and she didn't have the energy to teleport. Getting out of this was going to be painful. She took a deep breath, formed a roiling void grenade in her hand, and an explosion erupted from somewhere on the ridge. Gunshots, not the ozone pop of Cabal slug rifles, but the sweet crack of old-fashioned black powder. The Centurion barked orders at the legionaries, but panic quickly won out over commands. Druis heard their guttural cries as something picked them off. Another explosion, and the baying war beasts fell quiet. The gunfire drew closer. The Centurion bellowed. and then nothing. Druis cautiously poked her head out from behind her boulder. The Cabal squad lay in heaps around the gully. Remnants of scions littered the ridge. The air was heavy with thick smoke and the smell of black oil. In the midst of the carnage, a lone hunter holstered his weapon and stepped over a corpse. He walked with tight efficiency. No movement wasted. He was graceful, even for a hunter. Druis stepped into the open and raised a hand in greeting. "Hi, Guardian," she called. "I appreciate your handiwork. The name's Druis, and you just saved me a lot of trouble." The hunter's expression was hidden by his heavy helmet. He gave a perfunctory wave and knelt to examine the Centurion's weapon. Now that she was standing, Druis realized she was a full head taller than the hunter. Suppose everyone seems tall when you're cowering behind a rock, she thought. She pulled off her helmet and let the fresh air cool her slate blue skin. Her dark hair limply unfurled from where it was piled atop her head. She fixed the hunter with her golden eyes and smiled. "I signed up for a simple salvage run," she said. "Transmat some supplies, run them to the city. I've had a headache all morning and didn't want anything loud." The hunter nodded without looking up and pulled a sparking catalyst from a slug rifle. Druis chuckled. "It's okay," she said, nudging the body of a fallen legionary with her boot. "You don't have to talk when you can shoot like that." The hunter paused, then stood and faced her. "I am... They call me Crow," he said, "and I am glad I could be of some help." The hunter's voice was soft and refined, and while it had a frosty edge, it was not unfriendly. "Not as glad as I am," Druis said. "The last thing I needed today was to take a res with this headache. I told the Cabal that, but they wouldn't listen. Rude of them, really." Crow laughed politely. "That I can understand. After being brought back, I feel out of sorts for hours." He turned to look for more Cabal weapons, and something caught the Warlock's eye. She whooped. The hunter looked up, ready. "I'll be damned!" cried Druis, pointing to his arm. "You're Reefborn, aren't you? Earthborn here, but you and me, we still go way back." Crow looked down. A strip of leather had been torn from his gauntlet, and beneath it, his own grey-blue Awoken skin could clearly be seen. When he looked up, Druis had nearly closed the distance between them in a few long strides. His hand hovered over his weapon before the Warlock clapped him on the back. "Figured you for one. It was your voice and the way you move," the tall woman playfully juked from side to side. Crow was quiet. Druis wished she could see the helmeted hunter's expression. To her relief, there was a beep from the tracker on her belt. "Finally, some good news," she said. "We're right on top of the supply coordinates." She scanned the area and located the tiny supply ship half hidden by a rock slide. "Since you kept this cargo out of the hands of the Cabal, I'd say you're entitled to a cut." "That won't be necessary," Crow said. He shifted his weight and hid his exposed arm behind his back. It was the first awkward movement Druis had seen him make. "I didn't say it was necessary," she replied. "Just a kindness between two bright-eyed Awoken. Won't be a minute." She ducked into the sand-filled hold of the tiny ship and found the shipping crates. Dim red lights blinked on their panels. The seals had broken long ago. She pried the lid off of the closest one. Inside the grime-covered bottles, the liquid still shone with a gentle orange glow. She uncorked one, wiped the neck clean against her vestments, and took a sip. It was bright, with honey and salt, and burned her throat with a clean, gingery sweetness. "We're in luck," Druis called as she hopped outside with the bottle. But the hunter was gone. Druis placed the bottle on a flat stone and took a seat next to it. Though she did not expect her companion to return, she waited, busying herself by picking dried blood from the velvety hem of her garment. Finally, she sighed, slapped her palms on her thighs, and reached for the drink. "To Crow," she shrugged. Saturno. He wasn't afraid of the scorn at first. Like anyone else who could spare the bullets, Crow had picked off a dozen at a distance when he found them in the open. Glint had told him they were related to Elixni somehow, which made sense. They moved like Elixni, but they just wouldn't stay dead. When their raiding party hit one of the Baron's storehouses, he immediately sent Crow after them. He said the Scorn were bad for business, but Crow could tell by his benefactor's wet wheezing he wanted revenge. Crow was stealthy, careful, but the Scorn could smell or sense or something. He was forced to move deeper into their territory, picking his way through welded together ship husks as the creatures searched for him. They had herded him into a kill box, a derelict ship with one way out. Then they started coming inside, and Crow found he much preferred fighting them from hundreds of yards away. The Scorn were rotting flesh, pressed tight beneath metal, their bodies webbed with scars and fields of boils, malformed flaps of muscle bolted crudely into place, clumps of brown cloth balled into weeping sockets. Crow reloaded his revolver and dropped 3 of the smaller ones. Their helmets were thinner, or their bone structure softer. Either way, one shot was all it took. The air was filled with the sour smell of wounds festering beneath brass. Chains dragged against metal to his left, and Crow spun. A hulking form was pulling its way through a gap in the ship's hull. Crow fired. Some of the blue pustules that ringed the creature's shoulder burst open. A thin gas rose from the wound and released an acrid smell of cold solvent. He unloaded into the thing's body, corking the tunnel with its corpse. 2 stalkers pressed through another gap and moved to flank him. He backpedaled and reloaded, fully aware he was being pushed farther into the corridors of the ship. He turned in time to catch sight of a flaming thurible and ducked, but it collided with the side of his head. His ears rang, and his revolver clattered to the floor. The stalkers hooted in excitement as something tackled him. It was one of the big raiders, its 4 ropey arms bound with filthy belts. He struggled and felt the leather straps along its forearm twist and crunch. They were caked with dried lymph. The raider was on top of him, mouth howling below its featureless metal faceplate, pinning him to the ground with its larger arms while 2 smaller tried to bring its rifle up for a shot. A jagged claw tore through Crow's cheek as he writhed and kicked in the raider's grasp. He wrestled the rifle away from his chin and forced it in the direction of the 2 stalkers. He groped blindly until his fingers found the trigger. The burst of fire hit the stalkers and they fell in a screeching heap. The raider roared and twisted the rifle from Crow's grip and flung it away. Freed of the weapon, its frenzied subarms tore at Crow's stomach. He felt claws catch and tear his own leathers, and then they were through, and his waist was slick with blood. Gibbering madly, it pulled him closer to its misshapen teeth. Thin mucus poured from somewhere under the metal faceplate, down through the thing's lipless, chittering mouth. down into Crow's face. And then he realized the creature was speaking. There was a long moment of horror, followed by one of pure revulsion. It was one thing to be torn apart by a mindless creature of madness, but this would not be allowed. Crow felt the light surrounding him more solidly than the arms of the raider. He kicked off the creature as if underwater and felt his torn stomach lurch. The raider's arms closed on nothing. It looked up in rage as Crow's shifting form tumbled away. With one hand down on the rusty deck of the craft, Crow steadied himself. The light rose from his body like steam. Knife, he thought, and some of the dissipating energy became a blade in his hand. He stood. The raider charged forward, clawed hands clattering against the ground as it skittered toward him. Crow feinted left and pulled his arm across his body, then pivoted and dropped to a knee as he let the knife go. The blade was in the creature's chest, and the blade was light, and the creature became flame. The smoke was pure, the ash clean. The light was Crow's weapon, and as he walked out of the ship, it was the light that roared again and again and again from his hand. It was the light that drew glint to Crow as he walked like a pillar of flame in the night. And it was the light that kept Crow from madness, even as the voice of the thing echoed through his mind.
Father.
Theraphosa. Glint checked his coordinates again and entered Spider's subterranean shipping depot. He bobbed uncertainly through tight towers of stacked crates, beneath hanging coils of gurgling tubing, over piles of crushed phase glass, and through a hissing vent of rich lavender smoke that obscured what looked like a quantum opal. But as private ownership of such an unstable isotope was utterly forbidden, Glint decided it must be a replica. He found Spider working a bank of consoles in the nexus of the depot. An intricate series of gravity currents filled the air with gently gliding cargo. Rusty iris gates snapped open and shut as Spider directed his goods to unseen corners of his dominion.
Tell me about Crow,
Spider said without looking up. Glint flew closer and caught sight of himself on a small monitor. He saw a mosaic of security feeds, corridors in the Tangled shore, a strange workshop, Crow's quarters, before Spider collapsed the images and turned to address him directly.
How has our friend been performing in the field?
Quite well, Glint answered. He's feeling more confident. While...
Good,
said Spider dismissively. He plucked a cracked chunk of seraphite from the current of air as it passed, ran his claws over it, then placed it back in the beam.
Has anyone told him?
Glint didn't have to ask for clarification. Not outright. He knows he wasn't a good person. He gathered that much from the Guardians who killed him. But he hasn't heard his old name. Spider gave a phlegmy grunt of contentment.
And there haven't been any indiscretions.
Glint's eye flickered, and he made an almost imperceptible processing noise. Spider leaned forward.
Do you have something to tell me?
It's actually a funny story, Glint said. He ran across a warlock who recognized him as an Awoken. Oh, and she...
He was seen?
Spider shouted, striking the side of a passing crate. A chorus of mewling squeaks rose from within. Glint watched as it floated out of sight. Not seen, Glint said. She noticed his skin under his gauntlet. He told me he didn't want to risk further exposure, so he left.
Then he's lying, Glint. Even to you.
The light in Spider's eyes seemed to dull. One of his smaller arms scratched irritably at his side. It's only a matter of time, Glint said softly. People talk behind his back. There are rumors someone named Chalco has been following him. He's heard the Scorn call him father. He'll eventually figure it out.
I gave him rules for a reason.
Following rules is counter to his nature, Glint said blithely, then noticed Spider's scowl. Frustrating, I know. He could ask anything of the next Guardian he sees, and I couldn't stop him. Spider growled.
You will stop him.
The thing is, said Glint, someday he'll realize who he was doesn't matter. What's important is who he is.
Who he is, Spider hissed, is my investment. I'm counting on you to remind him of that fact.
A damaged crate floated past, loose glimmer swirling in the gravity beam behind it. The little ghost was quiet. He floated unsteadily for a moment, then rose to Spider's eye level. Baron Spider, Glint said respectfully. In his short new life, Crow has faced more than his share of cruelty. He learned what it is to truly suffer. Glint mistook Spider's contempt for contemplation and continued. He isn't afraid of being hurt anymore. If you want him to stay, he said helpfully, you'll need to offer him more than threats. Spider looked at the impertinent little orb, and rage welled up inside him. But he was old. He was smart. He let the anger flow over him, around him, floated in its black waters, until only his eyes were left peering over the surface.
Thank you, Glint,
he said, his voice calm.
I will call for you again, if I need you.
Glint beeped with pride, dipped in the air respectfully, and zipped away through the stacks of contraband. Revenant's switch. The ether pipes were howling. Spider sat hunched to one side of his throne, head in hand, when Crow returned from the field. Baron, Crow addressed his ostensible benefactor. The spider looked up and wordlessly beckoned the light bearer over. Upon reaching the throne, Crow took a knee.
What was it we talked about before you left?
Spider's rhetorical question sat like a weight of stones on Crow's shoulders. Crow didn't look up, and when he started to answer, Spider cut him off.
Guardians can't be trusted,
was Spider's reminder.
They can be useful, they can be powerful, but never trusted.
Baron, I only thought to...
No,
Spider bellowed.
You didn't. If you thought about anything, you wouldn't have exposed.
Spider caught himself, words turning into a snarled grumble as he laid back in his throne.
You're screwed up.
Crow, head bowed and eyes fixed on the floor, said nothing. He knew the spider's anger, knew his displeasure, and knew his wrath. He had no desire to face it again.
But maybe there's some...
The spider hesitated and chose his words carefully.
Wisdom in your defiance. The Guardians are too good a resource to cast aside, especially on matters beyond our mutual expertise.
It was only then that Crow looked up, questioningly. For a moment, he felt humbled pride. Perhaps, he believed, that act of defiance had broken through to Spider, revealed Crow as more than a convenient light bearer. The Spider held out one hand.
I have an idea to protect you.
His offer sounded sincere, even if Spider meant his investment and not Crow as a person.
Send Glint over.
Crow grew tense, looked away, and then thought better of testing another act of defiance so soon. With a nod, he showed his compliance as Glint manifested at his side. The ghost fixed on Crow with a nervous look, then flew up to Spider. "What do you require?" Glint asked. Instead of answering, Spider snatched Glint out of the air with one hand. Glint shrieked, and Crow stood swiftly, but just as swiftly saw the arc pikes of Spider's guards thrust at him. Spider made a clicking noise in the back of his throat and reached for a set of tools nearby. Tools used to pry open the shells of dead ghosts. They would work on living ones just as well. "What are you doing?" Glint demanded, fear in his voice. Crow stood frozen, having faced Spider's punishment before. But this was his ghost. A part of Crow also feared that perhaps he was misreading the situation. He was so certain that Spider would never do anything to permanently hurt him. But when the Spider shocked Glint into paralysis with a small needle tool, Crow was disabused of that certainty. "Stop!" Crow cried as Spider wedged a flat tool between Glint's shell plates. "No!" With a snap, Spider popped one of the casings off. Then he looked up to Crow and switched tools.
"Don't worry,"
the Spider said, in soothing reassurance that flowed like ice through Crow's veins.
"I'm just going to make some modifications,"
he said, igniting a cutting torch.
"To better protect you from the world."
Broken wing. Glint's shell showed the scars of Spider's implements. "I'm so sorry." Crow's voice was barely a whisper. For all his strength as a light bearer, he looked small, seated on the floor in his den, illuminated by the pale glow of a solitary lamp. Crow cradled Glint in his cupped hands. The ghost's monocular eye stared up at him and flickered weakly. "I'm so sorry." "It's all right." Glint couldn't blame Crow. I think I'll be fine. Spider is..." He had to cautiously choose his next words. "Very skilled with modifying ghost architecture." "He put a bomb inside you," Crow hissed, his voice cracking. "But I'm still here. Still with you," Glint reassured. "And you still have the light. That's what matters." Crow looked up to the ceiling, unable to bear the sight of the damage done to his ghost. He was silent. The room was silent, save for the damnable rattling of those pipes. "I put you in this position," Crow said quietly. "I let this happen. You had no choice. We can't change the past," Glint said as he floated up out of Crow's hands a little crookedly, like a bird with an injured wing. "We can only look to the future." Crow forced himself to gaze down into Glint's single flickering eye. My future is with you. You're all I have, the only person who... He lowered his voice, afraid Spider might overhear them. The only person who cares about me. You won't ever know who cares about you until you meet them, Glint contested, then floated closer to Crow's face. You aren't a prisoner, he added. You could leave, live a normal life, without the light. Crow's jaw tensed, teeth clenched together. No, he said through them. I won't abandon you. You would never do that to me. The ghost looked away in thought for a moment, and then bobbed up and down. You're right, he said as he turned again to face his lightbearer. Glint floated in and softly tapped his shell to Crow's nose. I'll never leave you. Crow reached out and gently took Glint into the palm of his hand. We're all we have, Crow whispered, pulling his knees in close, and Glint even closer. Spider will never let us go. But at least we have each other. Thank you to anyone who has listened to this all the way to the end. I thought I peaked with the first Beyond Live video, but reaching 100 subscribers after the second one came out, along with all the kind words and comments people have left, has meant a lot to me, and I am excited to continue putting out these episodes until we get caught up with the final shape at some point. I must admit, with that and Echoes dropping in the next week or so, I can't make any promises when my next episode will come out, but Season of the Chosen has the entire Presage story to get stuck into, and Splicer will give me the excuse to do all the Mithrax backstory, so I promise I will be getting back to production on these as soon as I can. Shout out, as usual, to the usual Destiny community resources: Ishtar Collective, Destinypedia, Destiny Lore Vault, the Destiny Lore subreddit, Destiny Music Archive, and Last City Radio for their work that allows fan projects like this to exist. And as always, to all the writers, artists, designers, and developers at Bungie who create Destiny. Thank you for watching.